Hello, good evening. Good to see everybody here. We'll call this meeting back to order. It's 7:02. We have gone through agenda items A, B, and C. We're now back to D, call back to order, Pledge of Allegiance and Texas Pledge. We have no motions coming out of closed session. So with that, Ms. Caputo, would you introduce our pledge?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Leading us in the pledges this evening is Grisham Middle School student Callie Hammond. Callie's artwork, titled Destructive Materialism, was chosen to represent Round Rock ISD in the 2019 TAEA Capital Youth Art Month exhibition. The exhibition showcases pre-K through 12th grade student works of art from 60 Texas school districts on display in 2 Austin locations: the Bob Bullock Texas State History Museum from March 3rd through 17th, and the Lower Rotunda at the State Capitol from March 24th to 31st. The artwork was selected by jurors from the Texas Art Education Association. After Callie leads us in the pledges, we will listen to the national anthem performed by the Bella Voce Choir from Cedar Valley Middle School under the direction of Sierra Gallagher. Callie?
Okay.
And if you'd please stand.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas Pledge. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight sun's gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets were glad, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, let's get going back to thank you. That was wonderful. Appreciate it. Before they all leave, amazing job as always. So we will go on to agenda item E, adoption of minutes, approval of board minutes. And I don't have my screen up, so if somebody just wants to read it to me, make a motion in a second. Lee?
I'll go.
Sorry.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the minutes of the board meetings held on January 17th and 24th and February 7th and 19th, 2019 as presented.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for the minutes of the board meetings as presented. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. All right, we will go to agenda item F, board recognitions and introductions. Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board and community. Tonight, we do have a special recognition tonight, as well as our partnership highlight as well. So without further ado, Jenny Caputo will lead us through this item.
Good evening, President Chadwell, trustees, and Dr. Flores. As always, it's my great pleasure to share with you some of the outstanding staff and community members and students and tell you about their impressive accomplishments in service. If the trustees and Dr. Flores could join us in the front of the dais. We begin tonight recognizing two students who performed an absolutely extraordinary act. A typical afternoon turned into a life-saving moment for two heroic students at Round Rock High School. Juniors Tyler Ludeman and Nick Goodrum were spending time outside on Martin Luther King Jr. Day when a man came running up to them frantically asking for help, as a neighbor had suddenly gone into cardiac arrest. Tyler and Nick jumped into action right away and not only started talking with the 911 dispatcher, but began CPR. The two had learned how to administer CPR at Round Rock High School, which was a requirement to gain their parking permits. For the rest of this heartwarming story, I could read to you some information, but I think it would be better to hear the boys tell it themselves, so we have a video for you.
So we had just gotten back from mudding in our trucks, and we were washing them by the side of my house, and then this dude walks up and he's he starts yelling at us. Me and Tyler thought he was going to call the cops on us for something, because that's usually what happens when the parents yelling at us. And then he said somebody collapsed and handed me the phone and told him to talk to the 911 operator. And then I started talking to him, telling him what was going on, because I'd walked over there.
When he's talking on the phone, I went and ran over there. And as soon as I got over there, I checked for a pulse, and there was no pulse. And his face was purple. I could tell he wasn't getting any oxygen. And the white in his eyes was also purple. And I started doing compressions.
And then he started counting it off for Tyler to 1, 2, then take a break, then 1, 2, and then worked us through that.
I kept on doing compressions, and finally he took a big old gasp of air, but he wasn't conscious at all. And he took a gasp of air, so I stopped for a second, and then I kept on going, and I heard some cracking, which was his ribs breaking. But they say if you're doing compressions right, it's going to break their ribs.
EMS took about 5 minutes maybe, not even. And then they were down there to him 2 minutes after they arrived.
They ended up shocking him 6 times, and they put him in a medically induced coma, and he was never conscious, but not gonna lie, it was hard to sleep that night.
It's crazy. It doesn't feel like it really happened, to be honest. It hasn't sunk in yet.
Once we found out that he was doing okay, it was freaking relief off our shoulders. Me and him were both talking, and it's hard to sleep knowing that you don't know if this dude's going to be okay or not.
The wife stopped by the other night and talked to us and said he might be able to come home Sunday. So it looks good. And we met his daughters too, and it turns out he worked for the FBI for 32 years or something like that.
We're really excited to meet him. We still haven't talked to him yet, but yeah, we're excited.
It felt great. I was so happy when she told me he was going to be all right, and he was up talking.
The chief of police gave me and Nick each, they call it a challenge coin, and it's for good deeds, and it's crazy to get them. It's crazy rare. There was not a single firefighter there that's gotten one, and one of them was working there for 14 years.
To thank y'all for being a part of saving a man's life, because y'all were critical in that to take place.
Try to come up with a stronger, more powerful word than proud, but really ultimately it just boils down to I'm super proud of our students. Save somebody's life. That is amazing.
So not just changing lives, but saving lives. With us this evening is the man who Tyler and Nick performed CPR on, Mr. Christopher Byers. They have met since then, so thank you, Mr. Byers, for joining us. Join me in welcoming Tyler, Nick, and Mr. Byers to meet the board. And we'd love to get a photo of you all. Oh, that's nice.
If you guys will get in the middle. You guys in the middle, and then board members.
There we go.
So, Mr. Chadwell, if we can get you a little more this way. Okay, that works. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. And then one more time over here, please. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thanks again. You want to give him an award for mudding, sir? Is that what's the clean their truck? Okay, good. Finally, tonight, we want to conclude by recognizing one of our valuable community partners, which, by the way, this community partner also assists in teaching CPR to our students, so this ties together. St. David's Round Rock Medical Center has demonstrated its commitment to the district as a large sponsor of the Round Rock ISD Education Foundation and through life-saving health educational programs for students and teachers. Recent initiatives include the Drive for Life program, which included a mock trauma scenario and safe driving education, Take 10 CPR training, and Stop the Bleed training, which provided 300 teachers with skills to stop life-threatening bleeding should a student become injured at school. Later this spring, St. David's Round Rock Medical Center will launch the Young Athlete Heart Screenings Program, partnering directly with athletic trainers at Round Rock ISD high schools to provide free heart screenings to student athletes. We're so grateful for St. David's Round Rock Medical Center's dedication to our district and the Round Rock community, and look forward to our continued partnership. Please join me in welcoming Jeffrey Barkley, who will share a few words with you and then come shake the board's hands. Thank you. Jeffrey?
Thank you. That's very, very tough to follow that, so I'll keep it crisp. Dr. Flores and trustees, we are honored to assist in helping any way we can to allow the children to continue to learn. We consider it as an honor to take care of our community members, and we sincerely appreciate any efforts to team up in that. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We've got a certificate for you if you'd like to go shake their hands and get a photo.
All right, we can get you looking over here, please. On 3. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Thanks again to St. David's and all our partners. And that concludes our recognitions for tonight. Y'all may have a seat. Thanks.
All right, we will go to agenda item G, public communications regarding items not on the agenda. And I think we're going to do the students first. We have a student, is that right? And then we have a 10 or 12 or something like that, 12. So with that, I'm going to read this brief summary. I think everybody here knows the rules. But at each regular board meeting, the board will set aside 20 minutes to afford the general public an opportunity to speak to the board regarding matters of concern or interest to the district other than the character of any student, staff, or board member. Concerns or complaints regarding specific individuals should not be raised in public forum. They should be considered separately according to applicable board policies. The board requests that comments on any subject, whether positive or negative, be courteous and respectful. At the time the 20-minute limit is reached, the board will proceed to other business, and persons who have not yet spoken will be rescheduled to the latter part of the meeting in the public communication section. I'd like to remind the audience and the viewers that the comments of the speakers reflect their own positions or opinions. The board may not and cannot discuss or act upon any matter that is not listed under the action item portion of the agenda. Therefore, board members may not discuss the comments of speakers. Please understand that a lack of response from board members does not indicate agreement or approval of the comments. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the board. A spokesperson for a group shall be allowed 5 minutes to make a presentation. And Vice President Ms. Gonzalez here of the board will be the designated timekeeper. With that, we'll call up our first speaker, and I think it is Michael Moore. You'll be given 3 minutes. Is that right, as an individual? 5 as a group. That's right. Okay.
Okay. Hi, good evening. My name is Michael Moore, and I'm the president of the Black Student Union here at Round Rock High School. At the January 12th board meeting, we brought to your attention the Black Lives Matter at School Week of Action, which is a national movement. We've requested conversation around the matters and community from board members and also our superintendent. Thankfully, the Round Rock High School campus principal and one of the board members came to meet with us and discuss our concerns. Moving forward, we'd like to have our superintendent and other board members come and meet with us in our community. The national demands relate specifically to us in Round Rock ISD in the following ways. Hire more black teachers. Through the 2017 and 2018 school year, there's only 4.1 black teachers in our district compared to the 10.4% state of Texas, in the state of Texas. We only have 38% of non-black teachers in our elementary schools. Early college is the only high school in our district without a black teacher. Are we recruiting at local historically black colleges as well as creating an environment that makes black teachers want to be in our district? The second national demand is mandate black and ethnic studies. Right now, there is not a black or ethnic studies class on the books. The TEA approved an ethnic studies, Mexican American studies course to be available for the 2019-2020 school year. Could this be added to our course catalog? And zero tolerance discipline. African American students are 4 times more likely to get a referral than white students. 27% out of school suspensions are African American students, even though they account for 9% of the population. Exclusionary discipline practices do not make schools safer or more academically sound. Can we mandate equity training for any staff member that encounters students? At Round Rock High School, we've had ongoing issues with bus drivers. They should receive training also. Fund counselors, not cops. 250 to 1 is the recommended student to counselor ratio recommended by the state of Texas. According to our TAPR report, 17% of Round Rock ISD campuses meet this ratio. According to the Statesman, Round Rock ISD data shows 359 to 1. We spend $17 per student on social work services, yet $73 per student on security and monitoring. 2016 to the 2016 to 2017 TAPR report. When districts focus resources on security and monitoring, it means that they are not using these resources or evidence-based approaches that have been shown to help individual students and improve school climates. Can we make a commitment to funding research-based methods versus methods that send students of color and special education students down to the school-to-prison pipeline? Additional concerns we have as a collaborative of BSUs are uninvited police present at BSU meetings, discriminatory practices informing our organizations, and counselors not knowing about sharing about historically black colleges and universities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Okay. Next up, we have FAA. Is that right? We have several speakers with the FAA. I think it's Avery Shaw. So there's a group. Is that right? 5 minutes. Okay. But you're all going to take turns speaking briefly. Is that right? Okay.
We just wanted to thank y'all for letting us come here today as a part of being the McNeil FFA. Last week was National FFA Week, so we wanted to come out here and tell y'all exactly what that's all about and share some of our successes. Recently at the Travis County Youth Show, just within our livestock showing events, we have developed scholarships. We got $26,000 in entrepreneur scholarships just from livestock showing. We're also just opened up our Mavs Paw Spa, which is an operating pet clinic and grooming facility at our school where students and teachers and members of the community are bringing in dogs and getting groomed and stuff like that. So we just really wanted to share what we've done so far and what we're continuing to do, and we'd just like to thank you.
Thank you. What was your name? You're
Avery Shos.
Okay, Avery. All right. And the next? Any order you want? Brianna, is that right?
Sophia Vega.
Okay. Okay.
So, do I just... Okay. Agriculture education and the FFA creates continuous learning by providing a high level of education in the classroom. It provides a competitive energy through on-the-job training and internships, providing a competitive opportunity to involve members.
Thank you.
The National FFA organization is dedicated to making a positive difference in the lives of students by developing their potential for premier leadership, personal growth, and career success, all through agricultural education.
Learning is completed in the classroom, in the industry, after graduation, and through our supervised agricultural experiences. Our members are prepared to embrace their community and join a competitive market where their job skills are honed through lifelong learning.
Your investment into the FFA allows advisors to create a program for students to build a foundation for students that are entering a secondary education and build up their career after high school.
In fact, it is the role of agriculture education and the FFA to bridge that gap and get students involved in agriculture, from production on the school farm to selection skills developed in competitive career development events, such as livestock judging, all the way to effective communication skills. It is the FFA members that will advocate for the future of agriculture, and every student will learn and grow while being in the program.
In our Principles of Ag class, we learn by doing. When we plant vegetables and herbs, we grow to market at Lakeline's Farmers Market. With this, we are helping to grow the agriculture industry in our community.
In ag mechanics, we develop skills that can be used in the design and fabrication of all kinds of items. From welding to small engines to woodworking, we can make something out of nothing.
Another course offered is the floral design class, which counts as an art credit. It exposes students to numerous jobs and opportunities and allows them to embrace their creativeness.
But it's more than that.
Raising show animals is another opportunity that starts at selecting your animal, feeding it right, and then all the way to learning how to show it to the best of your ability. Embedded in this is endless learning opportunities through hard work, dedication, and responsibility.
It is this preparation that no other student organization can meet. We are the future of agriculture. The question is, where do you see it?
Do you see it in the grocery stores?
In physical characteristics?
In future careers?
The future of agriculture is guaranteed.
There are more people every day. Those people will need food and clothes. The only place to get them is through agriculture.
Animals will need vets, people will need food, and clothing needs cotton. And it all comes from agriculture.
And agriculture starts in high school agricultural programs.
Agriculture education and the FFA are the only way that we can prepare for our future so that we can provide for yours.
Our students directly earn and invested over $40,000 annually.
Our members assist every year with our National Night Out by working booths, providing camaraderie, and working with the community to show that the communication is the key to success.
Regardless of the event or activity, our members give back to the community. We develop relationships and form a foundation that we are proud to be a part of.
When it comes down to it, in this blue corduroy jacket, I am part of the largest youth organization in the world, and I can make a difference.
The FFA is the foundation for every single one of our futures.
We can promise a new and better way because we are based in a challenging curriculum.
We are the future. The question is, where else will we find the training?
The competitive nature, the communication skills,
or the successes that we can find in the FFA. Without this jacket, I am only one person with a few connections.
But with this jacket, we are a team that can communicate. It is about connecting, unity among diversity.
The question is, what can you add to this jacket?
So thank y'all for having us out.
Thank you. Great job. Well done. So. All right. Next up will be Lisa Moore, our speaker, and then after that will be Lillian Wong. Just be ready on standby.
Good evening. I sent this board some email on Monday, and I'd just like to share some excerpts with you from the email and so that the public can also hear. This is in reference to the hiring of the Chief of Police of the Bastrop ISD as your new Security and Safety Director. I find this action by Round Rock ISD to be problematic. As you are aware, I serve on the Round Rock ISD Task Force, where under the previous resolution, up to last week, February the 19th, that resolution was rewritten and passed by the board. But up to that point, the resolution stated that the Round Rock administration, in further collaboration with our local law enforcement partners and while engaging our community, may proceed with the hiring of a chief of police to further explore and begin the establishment and implementation of a Round Rock PD. As you are aware, that resolution was rewritten, and it is now focused on the safety and security of the students and teachers of Round Rock ISD. Well, I guess that the powers that be in this district decided that they were going to get their chief of police either way. Once again, Round Rock ISD has gone and done just what they wanted to do, in spite of the fact that you have a dedicated task force giving their time and talents to the district, because you asked for our input. Do you expect that anyone will believe that you will ever allow any oversight or input for your actions when you ask for it? This task force should be outraged. Obviously, Mr. Yarbrough and the district have been meeting and talking for a while. Technically, you didn't hire a chief of police, but you did hire a chief of police to be your new safety and security director. So the resolution was passed to change on, I believe, February the 19th, and then the media statement was made the following day that this gentleman had been hired to be your new safety and security director. And so those negotiations were going on, obviously, for a long time. You did not get any input from this task force about it, nor did you wait to see what any of our recommendations would be moving forward. I fear that no matter what we recommend, you will do what you want to do. At this point, this has nothing to do with Mr. Yarbrough. In fact, I only know him from stellar attendance at our task force meetings. Mr. Yarbrough has been in attendance to every single task force meeting that we have had since August. He has not missed one, and I haven't either. So, of course, you might say to yourself, well, we don't have to ask the task force about hiring someone. Well, no, you don't. But with this all-important hiring, you would think that the time would be taken in light of the change of the resolution and the direction from the board that you would collaborate with this task force about this. And just to make a parallel, if say a position were to become vacant, the superintendent position were to become vacant for Round Rock ISD, do you think that this district would be any less capable of functioning, and that this would be the time would be taken to make a selection on this position, and that you would collaborate with the community? So when we talk about collaborating with the community, I don't believe that effort was taken here. And I am speaking on behalf of myself as a task force member. I am not representing the task force standing in front of you tonight, so I want to make that perfectly clear. And once again, this has nothing to do with Mr. Yarbrough. It has to do with the actions taken by the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Next up is Lillian Wong, and then after that will be Sue Howell, I think. Is that right? So Ms. Wong, is that right?
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for the opportunities for me to speak here. I come here to talk about a missing teacher for substantial time in the classroom. Okay. I have a concern over my kid education. I have a concern over my school handling procedure for missing school teachers. I have a concern over the protocols in the school district about filling positions when teachers can't teach for whatever the reasons. I'm here to raise awareness among your trustees and hope you can help in any way to solve the problems. You may or may not have heard the situation that in Westwood this past year, the AP Physics class has had no teacher teaching in the classroom starting last November. And the situation has been going on for about 2 to 3 years due to the sickness of the teacher. I'm not here to blame the absent teacher. Instead, I feel sorry for her illness. I'm here to talk about how things should be handled when situations like this arising during the school year. Unfortunately, AP Physics class is not the only class affected by this. At Westwood, we have other classes suffered similar situations. Since our kids are in the AP Physics class, I will only talk about what I have experienced so far. The parents were informed of missing teacher in the classroom around Thanksgiving time. And before that, I know the class had not been normal for quite some time. Basically, the last month of last semester, there was no class instruction. We were told the situation would be taken care of in the new year. Now we are in the sixth week of the second semester. Only until this past Wednesday, which was the day before yesterday, we were informed that the school finally secured 2 teachers within Westwood to teach AP Physics. But the detailed plan about how to make up the lost month work are still not clear. The action plan is still in the discussion stage. When will the plan come out? We were not given any firm answer. Time is at its essence. There is AP Physics test early May, and SAT subject test is in June. I don't think we can waste any more time. I hope the school is not going to fail the kids on the subject matter. I won't deny that the school administration is trying to solve this issue, but the results are not very satisfying, as you can see. School is a place to provide education to the kids who enroll in the class. Kids forming their lifelong interest in high school through learning different subjects. Good teachers may well influence the career path for the young kids. If there's nobody teaching in the classroom, the school is hurting the kids and wasting their precious time in education. Physics is a very important subject. It's the foundation for many majors.
Ms. Wong, excuse me, are you speaking for a group or by yourself?
It's for the group.
Are they back here? Would they raise their hand?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Keep going.
Okay, where I were. Anyway, so no teacher in the classroom is really killing the kids' interest in physics and killing the dreams for those kids who want to pursue career in physics. Kids' stress and anxiety are so high at this point, and I think it is going to cause psychological problems for those kids because they are so much worried about not learning anything, but also they don't get good GPAs, good rankings, etc. We, as parents, certainly don't want to see this happening. I'm sure the school doesn't want this to happen either. So as the trustees, I hope you do something. Again, the school is the place to educate kids, not to waste kids' time. When things don't go as we plan, we need to act quickly and efficiently. Regarding the protocols hiring short-term, long-term substitutes, I'd like to suggest to the trustees, we need to think out of the box, allocate enough emergency funds to help school to find the sources they need. Should the school district construct a centralized database to track the teachers' availabilities during the school year in case certain school needs sources to fill in? We think all the schools in the district should work together, help each other when a teacher at a particular school has to be on leave to a long period of time, so the individual school principal's hands won't be tied without any resources. This is where the extra funding comes into play to help work out a quick solution. Dear trustees, you are elected to these positions. I hope you can work out some plans to prevent the situation, missing school teacher in the classroom for substantial time, from happening again. Keep the high school as an educational place, not a babysitting facility. I hope this is not a district-wide problem. If it is, I'm really glad that I'm here to raise our concerns. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Thank you. Next up is Sky Howell. And after that will be Ann Blas. So Sky, you, by yourself?
Yes.
Ms. Howell? Okay.
Thank you.
Just hold on just a moment. Okay.
Good evening to board. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Sky Howell. As a member of Educators in Solidarity, I am reading on behalf of an educator who wishes to remain anonymous for fear of retaliation. Dear Round Rock ISD Board, I am a teacher of color in this district and have been for many years. I have been through multiple branding slogans, but the most recent, Round Rock ISD One Family, has been the largest affront to my core value systems. A family is a singular unit, one that is united in the face of adversity, a unit that together is more powerful than it is as individuals. But the inequities I witness on a daily basis for the past several years let me know that the slogan used is just that, an empty phrase that looks good on Twitter. Could you watch your child be punished disparately by teachers and administrators at the rate 4 times of the white students and be silent? Could you watch your sister work in 100-degree heat in a building without air conditioning over the summer like our custodial staff are forced to do? Could you watch your son be arrested for taking animal crackers while another student receives a lesser consequence for a far greater and more egregious offense? Would you stand by while the district attempts to force police armed with implicit bias attached to a gun into schools while unchecked by a system that has been recognized by TEA for its alarmingly disparate discipline rates? I would like to share stories from beyond the data. Each percentage, fraction, pie chart, pivot table all represent children. Children who I have seen being intentionally provoked by blatantly demeaning actions by adults. When these students stand up for themselves, they are suspended or they are sent to RROC. I have been directly told that there are too many black teachers on a campus, but when you check the TAPR reports, Round Rock's teaching staff is only 4% African American. That is far less than the state average, not representative of our student population, and I have seen little or no efforts to increase those numbers. I have never been told that there are too many white teachers or administrators on a campus. I have witnessed brown and black students removed from classrooms for the smallest offenses. I have heard teachers make the statement that a parent did not care about their child's education simply because they did not speak English. And perhaps the most disturbing is that I have watched our African American students be treated and talked to like scary adults, not the beautiful babies they did not get the chance to be. How is anyone evaluating our systems understand that we are an A-rated district with practices and systems based on institutional racism? From our early refusal to integrate until 10 years after Brown versus the board, then only allowing 1 black student to the Round Rock High School, to our disproportionate exclusionary discipline for black and brown students today. What is the district going to do to ensure that we are not on the wrong side of history now and going forward into the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. L. Okay. Board members, we've reached the 20-minute mark. We have 3 more. Go ahead with those. Go ahead. All right. So we have 3 more speakers. And next is Ann Blaha, I think is right. And then, is that right? Okay. All right.
I got fun.
Okay. Okay.
I was
Are you by
told I was
yourself or
given-
by yourself? 3 minutes?
I am. I guess I am here alone.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
I am. But I have been given a major award to come and share good things with you. I am with Forest North Elementary. I am the PTA president there. And at Forest North, students are invited to share good things daily. And my girls love telling me what their good thing was. And so I am here to tell you that I have lots of good things about Forest North and about our PTA. But I'm only going to do one, and I'm probably going to cry because that's just what I do when I feel strongly about something, and it has nothing to do with any sentimentality. My good thing is our small campus size. And all of my PTA board members I interviewed earlier in the year and videoed them, and almost all of them, when I said, "What do you love most about our school?" they said, "Our small campus size, because each teacher knows every student." And I feel really bad for all the larger campuses that love their kids just as much, but they don't get the opportunity to know their students and know all of them. And so I would like to say thank you for recognizing the value of campus size and the impact that plays most particularly on our elementary school students. And thank you for hiring, at least at my school. I'm sorry if you don't have great teachers, but our teachers are fantastic. They really are. And I think it's in part because they do know that the students know them and that they know the students. Our librarian is so fortunate to say that she can identify and know every student that walks through her library by name. And that has a huge impact on the educational process for those kids because it's their stability. It's the place that they belong. It's the place that that may be the only place they feel safe. And so Forest North is a great place. They're capturing kids' hearts for the past 3 years. They have been a Capturing Kids' Hearts showcase school at the national level. So, yay! And there are definite disadvantages to that. And I know that school has business associated with it. But I encourage you to always remember that my parents are all educators. We've done school forever. But education isn't a business. School running has definitely got some business that has to be taking place. But educating students is very personal, it's very individual, and so thank you as individuals that are serving our students for recognizing that schools that are small have a serious advantage. And yay, small schools, thank you for not discounting the value in school size, especially among our youngest students. Thank you, and have a great day.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mahan. All right. 2 more speakers. Next is Jun Zhao. Jun Zhao, is that right, or is that okay? And you'll be speaking for yourself, and then after that will be Yvonne Jeffrey.
Okay. Good evening, respected Board of Trustees and Dr. Flores. I'm here today to talk about AP Physics 1 class at Westwood, which, as the other parents already said, had no teacher to teach in the classroom for a long period of time, and the student basically had to learn by themselves. I know such an issue does not just occur at Westwood or just for this class. My child has no teacher for her language art class for many months. In this case, it's unfortunate, but still manageable because the student can do reading and writing most of the time without much instruction from the teacher. But for this Physics 1 class, it's an entirely different story. It is the first high school physics class for the kids, and it is AP level. Taking this course is like riding a fast carriage. If you fall off and miss a few units, it's really hard to catch up. It's just impossible for the kids to study by themselves. I understand substitute teachers' issues and the shortage of certified sub is a district-wide issue across different classes and in different schools. But please identify the needs that are urgent and critical, and please move the hiring and the decision-making process a bit faster. Secondly, please look into the pool of the permanent sub. If there are only 1 or 2 certified subs that can teach a class, for example, Physics 1, maybe we should find ways to attract more people working at Round Rock ISD into other school districts. For example, providing more competitive compensations. Finally, I want to talk about STEM. Please put more effort into STEM education. I know it's a very tough hiring market out there for STEM teachers. Basically, you are competing with Dell and then Apple, all those companies. But there's a growing demand at all schools, not just Westwood. There's a real need. The kids need a solid foundation in science and math, all those disciplines to be successful at college. So when we think about building swimming pools, football fields, and performance centers, please check if we can have more science labs and hire more science teachers. Okay, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhao. Next up is Yvonne Jeffrey.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank you for allowing me to have the time to be here tonight. I'm here as a parent and as a president of Project Graduation this year for the McNeil class. And I want to let you know that we have a huge amount of money that we are trying to raise for Project Graduation. And it's a difficult thing, especially when you're asking the same community members, the same parents over and over and over again, can you help us out? Because our kids, yes, they're seniors, but they're on the football team, they're on the basketball team, the baseball team, and everybody's doing fundraisers. I would love for Round Rock ISD to have a fundraiser that they put on every year that contributes to Project Graduation. And I would love to be a part of that as a member, as somebody that can help get the progress started, what have you, because I know we ask our parents every year for more and more money. And I know it's hard to continue to ask those same parents for for those fundraising funds, because they're not only in school projects, but they're dealing with other outside organizations, baseball, basketball, Little League, Scouts, anything and everything. So I would love there to be a program that Round Rock can help every Round Rock school with this, because every year we've got graduating seniors, and statistically, graduation night is one of the highest instances of DWI wrecks and fatalities. And we want to keep our kids safe, and to have you guys behind us and helping us support Project Graduation, I think would be a phenomenal thing and help our community out at the same time. So if this is an option, a possibility, you guys have my contact information. I would love to hear from you. I would love to be a part of this, help raise money for these kids. Thank you for all you do for our kids. We greatly appreciate it. Y'all have a great evening.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffrey. Okay. All right, board members, we will go to our next on the agenda. Do we want Mr. Moses?
I do, but I also see one of our great principals back there with an infant. As somebody who has a little kid themselves, I understand probably the desire to get home. So we'll move forward and
as it is,
and in the future we can work on the unity.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the suggestion. All right, we'll go to agenda item H, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board community. We do have 3 items tonight for the superintendent's report. Tonight, we begin with the Equity Task Force update. Ms. Mandy Estes will introduce speakers for that item, and we do know this is a work in progress, and we feel, again, the urgency for moving this work along. So tonight, we'll provide an update to that. So without further ado, Mandy Estes.
Good evening, President Chadwell, trustees, and Dr. Flores. We do have work to do in this area, as Dr. Flores said, but I am very confident that we have assembled a stellar team to embark on this work, and many of whom are in the audience this evening. We also have contracted a partner in this work, and that is Dr. Terrence Green with the University of Texas at Austin. He has been a fantastic asset to this team, and he will be here tonight to share some of the work that's been done.
Just real quick, I realized we had 4 speakers on this item, so if you want to let them speak first, and then we'll go to the presentation. Is that okay? All right. Sorry about that. My apologies. So we do have 4 speakers on this agenda item, and Dr. Flores, do you have any comments on that? Okay. I thought you pressed your button there. All right. First up is Iris Trine. Is that right? Chinese. Okay. Be given 3 minutes, same rules as before.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Iris Trines, and I'm a member of Educators in Solidarity. I am speaking on the behalf of an educator in Round Rock ISD who would like to remain anonymous. Round Rock ISD Board of Trustees, it feels like the right time to be impatient. It feels like the right time for radical necessary change. We are all continuing to uphold a broken institution, one that is harmful to students of color. We can't just offer them the same things we've been offering our other students all along and then proceed to pat ourselves on the back. There is no prize for getting closer to basic decency. Niceness is not the antidote for racism. The writer, Austin Channing Brown, states that racism operates in systems and structures enabled by nice people. The only answer is a radical undoing of racist infrastructure. Racism is alive and thriving in the educational system. This is our responsibility. In the fall, a high school student asked me, "Do you think you're racist?" As a white educator, this was a moment of truth. Yes, I replied. Yes, I am. I benefit from being white. I uphold racist systems that are built into the fabric of this country because I am not negatively affected by them. And I continue to stand by and do very little because I feel like I can't change things. And I'm worried about what people will think if I speak up. I am totally racist. That's so wrong, said the student. It is. You're right, I answered, but I'm learning how to change. It's a beginning, folks. It is freedom to admit that we are far from there. That the learning gap is our learning gap, that it is we who have not fully yet understood the system in which we operate. We are far more worried about being called racist than about checking to see if what we are doing is in fact harmful. It is not enough to celebrate our differences. It is not enough to diversify our practices. We must face this demon that we have ignored, and we must say its name. We must be actively anti-racist to counterbalance and undo the trauma that we have caused by our apathy and ignorance. We are out of excuses. There is important work being done in this field by other people. The information isn't hard to find. It may be too late to be the pioneer, to set the example, but the ship is boarding. Let's not miss the boat. Sincerely, a white educator in Round Rock ISD.
Thank you. Next up is Hannah Friedman, and after that will be Elliot Nyblick, I think, after that. So,
hi, and I'm speaking on behalf of a group.
they raise their hand back there, the group. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Hannah Friedman. I'm here on behalf of Educators in Solidarity. We're a group working to build our collective capacity as anti-racist educators through activism, advocacy, and outreach. Educators are uniquely situated to address racism by effecting institutional change and empowering students to self-advocate. We are committed to ongoing dialogue about systemic racism in our schools and communities. Over the past 2 years, we've worked very closely with Austin ISD to increase their cultural proficiency and inclusiveness department from a department of 1 person to now 3 full-time staff members. And as you can imagine, that in a district of 81,000 students, that was a very necessary change to bring equity into our schools. In partnership with Texas Appleseed, the Austin Area Urban League, Engage Round Rock, Undoing Racism Round Rock Black Parents Association, Measure, and a host of supporters and Round Rock ISD teachers, Educators in Solidarity demands that Round Rock ISD address institutional racism in the district without delay through a district equity audit. We demand that Round Rock ISD create ongoing professional development opportunities in the following areas: restorative practices, implicit bias training, and best practices for culturally proficient teaching. We know statistically, and this was mentioned earlier, that most teachers in our country, in Texas and in Round Rock, are white teachers. And it's assumed that we, speaking as a white teacher, know how to work with kids with completely different lived experiences than our own. But that is not something that is addressed in teacher preparation programs, in virtually none of them. White teachers, especially white teachers, need explicit and ongoing training to learn how to work and be a great teacher for students that have different experiences than them, look different than them, speak different languages than them, if we really want to do what's best for all of our kids. We also would like to see a racial equity analysis tool for campus staff to use when evaluating campus and district policies and initiatives, including, but not limited to, analyzing racial biases in district benchmarks and evaluating its impact on students. We'd also like to see training for teachers and administrators to give them tools to critically analyze data through a racial equity lens that impacts school programs, institutional practices, and budget issues. We want to support the development of all parents in becoming powerful advocates for their students and providing them with the knowledge necessary to support student classroom learning. We want to collaborate with campus librarians, ensuring schools have books and resources that represent their students, families, and teachers. We want to develop student leadership opportunities that focus on cultural, racial, and linguistic needs on campuses. We would also like to see Round Rock ISD work with campus administrators and teachers on equitable practices that aim to decrease referrals and suspensions of students of color, with a focus on supporting the implementation of the pre-K through 3rd grade suspension ban that was signed into law by Governor Abbott last year. We would also like to see Round Rock ISD work with human resources to develop a hiring criteria that reflects Round Rock ISD's commitment to cultural proficiency and anti-racism. We would also like to see Round Rock ISD increase the number of campuses participating in book studies focused on race inequity. And lastly, we would like to see Round Rock ISD work to increase the hiring of African American and Latinx staff across the district. Immediately addressing these demands are critical because the district continues to forcefully press for its own police department, a concept shown to have particularly detrimental outcomes for Black, Latinx, LGBTQIA+, and students receiving special education services. We are told that we must be patient, but children cannot wait. We're told that the Equity Task Force is doing the work, but there's much gatekeeping in that initiative. We have asked that the superintendent and others come to the community and hear our cries. Instead, we are bullied, but time is up. The board must act now to right these wrongs and hold district administrators accountable. We cannot trust the same district administration that has been complicit of years of institutional racism to now guide us out of the darkness without intervention and accountability.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. Up next is Elliot Nyblack. Elliot, is that right? Okay. Then after that will be Andrew Dell'Antonio. By yourself, sir?
No, organization.
You raise your hand back there? Okay. All right, thank you. 5 minutes.
I'm speaking on the behalf of a Round Rock ISD teacher who is afraid of, retribution for her words. I'm a doctoral candidate enrolled at the University of Texas at Austin and a former employee of Austin Community College. I am also an unafraid and unapologetic educator in solidarity with our early college high school students, especially those who identify as African, African American, and or Black. From working closely with our African, African American, and or Black students, I have had the honor to witness their potentials flourish as our leaders of today, while at the same time I have become extremely disappointed to express this lightly on Round Rock ISD and its educational leadership to learn from our students that they attend class eager to learn. Yet our African, African American, and or Black students share with me that they have 0 teachers that reflect their racial identities. As a research scholar and future educator, this is extremely concerning, given the disservice that represents for our students across racial and ethnic groups. For our students to achieve their fullest potential and humanity, it is absolutely critical that our African, African American, and or Black students see themselves represented in their classrooms as educators and in the leadership positions similar to those that you, the board, occupies. I write this letter as a call to the board of Round Rock ISD and educational leaders across Round Rock with a sense of urgency for you to assess and evaluate how you all could intentionally and purposefully outreach, recruit, and retain African, African American, and or Black teachers for our students because their educational experiences and humanities are at stake and we are running out of time. I look forward to learning and following your actions, behaviors, and practices from what our students share as well as the district's data in following months and years to come, so that I can see that they hold each other accountable for the responsibility we all have to our students. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Oh, I'm not finished. I just wanted to say, in reaction not just to this letter, but to the students, Ms. Moore, and to the teachers who have asked for what we feel is equitable to see in teaching staff. I am a teacher. I taught everything from pre-kindergarten inclusion through high school. I've been an education director. I've been social emotional learning support. And in one of the schools, the last school that I was in, after the police surrounded my home off of a mistaken identity, when I could have lost my life, very much like we see on TV every day. And I spoke to my fellow teachers afterwards saying, thank you for being there. Thank you for being the people that are here for these students every single day, for teachers like me when I was a child, to make sure I can make it here today. And when I shared this with them, my principal responded that I should think twice about saying this information because I might scare individuals from working with me. That hurt. That wasn't just a warning. That was a complete dishonoring of my experience. And as a Black teacher, I want to be with every single student. I want to be able to come here and thank you all for awards and proper school size and teacher representation. But when things like this are said, it does more than hurt. It makes me want to leave. It makes me want to stop. Well, at least it makes me have a second of those thoughts because I did not go to school The students at UT did not go to school in their education college, in their classrooms, and their curriculum in every single classroom they have been in. We won't leave. We want to be here. We want to be these AP physics teachers that you need in the middle of the year and bring up your students of all colors. But unless we feel welcome, unless we know we are coming into a district and into schools that represent us, even if it's not in teacher faculty size just yet, that you're searching us out, you're going to UT, you're going to Houston-Tillerson, you're going to these places to find us. We're in college. We don't know and have no access to every single piece of information, but when we see people wanting us, we want to be wanted. But we want and know that students like Miss Moore, that parents like Miss Wong over here, we know that they want us too. But we need to see it, we need to hear it, we need to feel it, and we need to see it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Andrew Del Antonio.
Thank you, and I am speaking for myself.
By yourself or with the group? By yourself?
For myself,
right.
Yes. President Chadwell, trustees, District Flores, my name is Andrew Del Antonio. I am a Round Rock ISD parent. I am concerned about the institutional racism and disproportionate punishment of students of color in our schools. I am also coming here to speak on behalf of my colleagues in Undoing Racism Round Rock. In partnership with Texas Appleseed, the Austin Area Urban League, Engage Round Rock, Educators in Solidarity, Round Rock Black Parents Association, Measures, and a host of supporters, Undoing Racism Round Rock demands that RISD address institutional racism in the district without delay. You have heard this all, but let's hear it again. A black student is 4 times more likely to receive a discretionary DAEP placement. Round Rock ISD has been on the TEA watch list for disproportionate discipline for 8 years and counting. Black students are 4.5 times more likely to receive out-of-school suspensions than white students. The district's narrative that it is experimenting to see what works best in different learning communities must end. Students are not lab subjects. Their lives are not opportunities for academic experimentation. We need a comprehensive district-wide commitment to addressing the long-standing issues of racial achievement gaps and discipline disproportionalities. Work towards that end is being stifled. We cannot and will not abide this. Police have been attending Black Student Union meetings in an effort to intimidate. Statistics have been obfuscated that show the existing disproportionality of discipline. Students of color are being denied testing for gifted and talented classes and are being disproportionately identified for special education. Students are being bullied because of their advocacy. Teachers of color are being bullied by district leadership. Students of color being called the N-word on their own campuses without any intervention by adults. And district official administrators have been intimidating black student unions. The Board of Trustees must provide accountability and partnership with knowledgeable community organizations and the students and community members who are most gravely affected by this injustice. And I should add that the board must also immediately move to comply with state law concerning restorative rather than punitive and exclusionary practices for student behavioral support, as required by the Texas Behavior Support Initiative mandated in 2015. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Del Antonio. All right. And now, we're back to Ms. Estes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I do want to introduce to you tonight Dr. Terrence Green, who is with the University of Texas at Austin. He has partnered with us in this very important work. This work has been facilitated by Laura Seeger. She'll be joining him for this presentation. And as I said earlier, we do have, I believe, several members of our equity task force in the audience here with us tonight. And we're so glad that they're here and that they are embarking on this very important work with us. So I'll turn it over to Laura.
Thank you. Good evening, President Chadwell, Dr. Flores, and members of the board. It is my pleasure and my honor to introduce to you Dr. Terrence Green, who is going to update the board on the work to date for the Equity Task Force. Dr. Green is an associate professor at the University of Texas in the Department of Educational Leadership and Policy. Dr. Green's research examines the relationship between educational, educational leadership, schools, and neighborhood communities with a focus on racial and educational policy. In addition, Dr. Green serves as a visiting associate professor at Teachers College Columbia in New York, where he teaches in the Summer Principals Academy. Dr. Green's research has been nationally recognized. In 2018, he was awarded one of 30 National Academy of Education Spencer postdoctoral fellowships, and in 2017 received the Early Career Award from the American Educational Research Association's Division A. The Equity Task Force is excited to partner with Dr. Green as an equity stakeholder and leader to realize the goal of racial inequity and educational equity in Round Rock ISD. As Ms. Estes mentioned, at this time I'd like to acknowledge any members of the Equity Task Force that are here with us tonight to thank them for their passion and commitment over this last 11 months. If they were here, if they'd please stand, please. Got a few members there. At this time, I'll turn the presentation over to Dr. Green. Thank you very much.
Well, good evening. Good evening. Y'all here? How y'all doing? Like Laura said, my name is Terrence Green, and I'm associate professor at UT in the Department of Educational Leadership and Policy. And I'm going to give you an update on the Equity Task Force stuff, but I just realized I forgot my clicker. All right, got that. And before I begin, I do want to echo the people on the task force are super committed. You have some amazing folks in this district, parents, folks we've stayed after for the last 2 meetings. I mean, just going at it, just engaged in dialogue. So folks are deeply, deeply committed to this work and want you to know that. What I'll be talking to you about today is briefly 3 areas. Number one, like what we've done since I've been with the task force, starting in October up until now, kind of like what we know from empirical research, like what is starting to burgeoning around the country around some of this work. Then I'll talk to you about like next steps, where I kind of see this work going, some research that I'm engaged in personally that I think can be supportive of this work. So what we've done is I've started with the task force in October, and initially we were just doing a 2 hours once a month. And by the second session, we realized, 2 hours once a month dealing with this ain't going to cut it, right? That's just not going to do it. So we've increased it. I've asked graciously, and folks have agreed to meet twice per month for 3 hours. And so these are some of the topics we talked about. The first time we worked on community building, the first time we got together, you don't just dive in with problems, dive in looking for solutions. You got to build community with people. And that is something that takes time and that is ongoing to develop and to build trust. The second session we were together, we talked about differentiating levels of racism. And as soon as we got all the stuff up on the board and saw that we were all varied all around the room, it was time to end, right? And so that's where we're saying, all right, we got to have more time. The third session we did activity around kind of identifying folks' capacity for racial equity work. So here's my perspective, that the people experiencing the problems are the people with the solutions. So I show up as someone invested in the work that you're doing, but not the almighty professor from UT to tell you ... It is to work collectively with the folks in this district to allow their brilliance and their expertise to emerge who are already engaged in this work. So we looked at racial equity capacity around skill, around practice, around confidence, and we did an activity there. Last week we were together. We looked at case studies on racial equity districts. We looked at some work from the Panasonic Foundation, who's been engaged in this work since the mid-'80s, and some lessons they've learned. And we looked at a case study from Eden Prairie in Minneapolis around some of their work. And then today, the goal was to get through this why for our racial equity work. And we started to talk a little bit about some theories of change, of implementation, but we ran out of time. So that's what we've done. So I want to briefly talk to you about kind of like what we know from research. And as I talk to you about what we know from the research, a couple of things to note, that there have been consultants engaged in this work for decades. And so a lot of the research that we draw on is burgeoning research in the field, but also some of it is like client testimonials from consultants, right? But here are some of the things that we do know. Well, before I get to that, I forgot. I had one of my graduate students pull up information from the Council of Great City Schools. These are 74 of the largest districts in the country, particularly around racial equity policies, trying to get a sense of nationally, and again, this is just one network. This is not like a national snapshot, but we look at those 74 districts. What I want you to see is that 44% of them have some type of equity policy, right? It varies from policies on academic equity and access to really, we were looking at the ones with explicit focus on racial equity. But then there are like these general catch-all kind of colorblind policies around equity. So one thing I want you to see here is that this work is beginning to pick up and folks have been engaged in it around the country. But I think it's also an opportunity for Round Rock to really dig deeply in this work and be a leader in this work. So what do we know? A couple of things, that there is this acknowledgement of equity not being a zero sum. And what I mean by that, I always like to tell this story very briefly. When I was 8, my brother was playing with some matches upstairs, and we thought he had put the matches out. Lo and behold, he didn't. The attic caught on fire. And I never forget when the fire department came down the street to our house. There's up 30 other houses on the block, but they focused on our house, and they put the fire out in our house. And actually, doing that was beneficial for the entire neighborhood, because if my house stayed on fire too long, the entire neighborhood could catch on fire, right? So realizing when we engage in deep equity and racial equity work, that is not a zero-sum game, that is actually beneficial for all of us in the district. The second thing is that these districts, they acknowledge that institutional racism is a barrier to equity. Like, you cannot do equity work apart from addressing racism, period. Right? You get into like these random acts of equity. You get into these colorblind, feel-good acts of equity, but they never make material impacts on people's lived experiences, right? So it's this acknowledgement that we've inherited and we can perpetuate, and we do a system of institutional racism, and we acknowledge that, we call it to the fore, and we go to work to dismantle it. The third thing is that they center race and racism and equity work. Again, that it's not something that's tangential, it's not something that's an add-on, it's not something that's, in addition to. It is the core, and it's integrated throughout. This becomes extremely important. I think this is something that's important too. I start with racial equity, right? We understand that there are other forms of oppression and inequity, but we realize that they are bound up in racial inequity, right? And people always ask, well, why y'all talking about race? Or why are you talking about race? Well, your data shows me that I need to talk about race. And even when I start to control for social class, race still becomes a significant factor in the inequities that children experience in schools. We also know that there is supportive leadership at all levels. This is not an individual or a onesie-twosie. Like, this is collective leadership from all across the district. We often like to say in our work that school leaders are CEOs, chief equity officers. And that doesn't mean that you have to know everything about equity. That doesn't mean that you have to be the furthest along in your equity practice, but it does mean that you're committed to working and growing, and you're not going to create impediments to the work around racial equity. We also know, like, the reallocation of resources. Like, resources become a very important indicator of where values lie, right? People can say one thing in rhetoric, but where the resources and where the money goes, all types of resources, is an indicator of what you have. And in order to address racial and educational inequity, the reallocation of resources have to occur, which we saw in both of the things that we looked at in those case studies. There's also like ongoing professional learning. What we know empirically, even from research on professional learning, is that what is most impactful in professional learning and professional engagement and professional development is not what happens during the professional development, but what happens after, right? And so you can be engaged in deep professional development and professional learning, but then you have to go back into schools that create the organizational conditions for educational equity, racial equity to occur, right? And we know empirically that a teacher needs at least 30 contact hours with a skill for it to become integrated in their practice when we're talking about professional learning and professional development. So this is ongoing, and everybody has to be touched by the professional learning. If you're driving a bus, that's amazing, but you're in contact with children. If you're serving breakfast or lunch, that's amazing, but you're in contact with children. Everybody in the organization has to be touched. Ongoing, not a one-time shot. Oh, I got my equity shot. Oh, I'm all good. No, it's ongoing because we never come to the end of our learning with this work. We never reach the end of it, right? Got me hyped. All right, so what do we also know? That these districts, that they engage with families and communities and seeing them as equal partners, seeing students as equal partners. We don't necessarily have to agree on everything, but you can't discount my perspective. And so there's this authentic, culturally responsive engagement and partnership with families and communities. There are many theories of change and implementation. So there isn't the one way that this work has to be done. You have to start here, you got to go. There isn't that, right? So there are a myriad of ways in which you can enter the work to get it going. We also know this. The school improvement literature will tell you this. You ain't even got to talk about like the racial equity. Just the school improvement literature will tell you that systemic school improvement takes like 3 to 5 years. And that don't mean you got to wait for 3 to 5 years to see some change, but it is to say that you have to have the immediate view, but we can also walk and chew gum at the same time, and we also have a long-term view, right? So we don't give up on this work after 1 year, after 2 years, after 3 years, after 7 years. This work never ends. This is the work that we've committed to, that we're always engaged in. We also know the work takes hold at the school level. Like school level teams are important. We know empirically that the direct impact on student learning and outcomes, the greatest impact is a school teacher. We know the second greatest is an indirect impact on student outcome and learning is a school leader. School leaders help build the context. They help build capacity with teachers to engage in this work. And we know, like districts and boards, they set context, they set conditions and levers for the educational and the racial equity work to occur on school levels. And let me just say this too, because there are different districts and there are different ways to do this. Like some districts have, like they call E-teams or equity teams. You can go that route. I think the school leadership needs to be involved in that, right? So like the leadership has to take ownership of the racial equity work that we are engaged in, right? And so it doesn't become like this marginal experience. Well, that's the E-team's work. No, that's all of our work, right? So the school level teams that are engaged in this work from the grade level teams is super critical and important. We also know that districts, they have developed board approved policies and a plan. So the policy in and of itself doesn't guarantee that you're going to get the outcomes. Gosh, we got a whole bunch of examples of policy, but that doesn't mean you don't need a policy. It is to say that policy in and of itself is not a panacea. It's policy and practices. You know what you can do even before you get a policy? You can take a racial equity lens to the existing policies and start asking questions like, how does this policy or how does this practice advantage or disadvantage Black and brown students? How does this policy, how does this practice uphold the status quo? I mean, there are a myriad of things that you can do before the policy come, and that's not to say that you don't need one, but it's not to say that the policy that is a panacea, end all, be all. But the policy has to be married with a plan and also married with practices. All right, real quickly, I want to look here. Portland, we talked a little bit about that today, their racial equity policy and plan. A couple of things I want to point out to you. So if you look at the clicker, so Portland began this work in like 2007. The policy, the first board-approved policy was in 2011. So it was like a 4-year period. This is an iteration of it. And they had a 5-year plan. But what I want you to see here is that the Portland Public Schools will significantly, forgive my red blocks, but they were supposed to come up, but this is a PDF. So it says Portland Public Schools will significantly change its practices. So one of the things I want to underscore here is that in the policy, yes, we have to shift people's perspectives. Yes, we have to, work on their hearts and their minds and how they see that. But you know what? We also got to change their practices. If we know practices are harmful for children and they exacerbate racial inequality, we can't do that. So we got to change their practices. Also, there is a definition of equity. What is meant by equity? That is important, that there is some common understanding or some common vocabulary or a common framing of what equity is, racial equity. They define it here. Here, too, and folks talk about at times two things. This tension between students of color and all students. You can see that here, but then you can see their explicit focus on students of color and racial equity. So they weren't afraid to name. They weren't afraid to be explicit about coming to Terrence's in them house that had the fire because that was the one that was burning, right? They were explicit, if you allow me to go back to that analogy. And then the other thing is that there was access, right? There was access to culturally responsive instruction and pedagogy. Someone earlier talked about ethnic studies. Like the empirical research shows like the effects of ethnic studies increases like GPAs by like 1.4 GPA, right? So students that had a 2.0, they went to a 3.4. It increased their graduation credits by like 23. So we know engaging in culturally responsive instruction and ethnic studies, we know empirically the effects of that are beneficial. And then this idea of supports. There are supports, and one support is high expectations, which they highlight there. Real quickly, I threw these two things in there from Feder and Hotter's work around the implementation dip. So if you will look on the y-axis, forgive me, I took this on my phone. The brightness is not as bright as it could be, but the y-axis is performance. The x-axis is time. And this is like a pre-change baseline right here. And what happens is when we introduce a change, the myth is that we made this change and now a complete 180 is going to happen tomorrow. But that's not how systemic institutional change occurs. Often what happens is when you introduce a change, and this isn't always, and this isn't to say that we don't look for like benchmarks of progress, but it is to say that often in systemic changes, there could be a depth of decline, right? We know, and actually it looks like things are getting worse before they're getting better, but they're actually getting better. Because we've actually addressed it and we've dealt with it and we're like literally going through the process to get better. The reason I showed this slide is so that you won't abandon the work if you see negative results in the beginning and it's tense. There's supposed to be tension. You see resistance. There's supposed to be resistance. When you are shifting a system that is used to a status quo, there is always going to be resistance, right? And so we know two things that can shorten the duration of this decline. One being what we sometimes call a year of learning. So is making sure that you front load the learning and the learning is ongoing constantly. But also it's resources. My last slide, and I'll be happy to entertain any questions you have. Number one, we're going to continue with our professional learning. We've been talking about, and we're going to do June 4th, 5th, and 6th, some type of a 3-day institute where begin to lay this work out for folks at school levels. There's been some talk about a potential board workshop and engaging in some of this work and conversation, so excited and looking forward to that opportunity. And so these two last things are things that I'm currently working on in my own research. I'm doing a national study extending out from every school district in the U.S. that has a racial equity policy. And I'm trying to understand a couple of things. One, the development of the policy, but then two, the ways in which it's implemented, but then three, the effects of the policies, right? What we do know from anti-bullying policies is that policies have to be written specifically to address the groups that are most marginalized. And when they are, they can not only affect those groups, but the entire groups, is what we found. But we also have evidence to show that the policy in and of itself, particularly anti-bullying policies, doesn't have an effect just because you have a policy, right? And then I've been engaged in this work with two colleagues from across the country, one in Chicago, one in Seattle. We've been looking at equity directors. We've noticed this position has popped up all over the country, but there's no research empirically on like, who are these people? What do they do? What resources do they have? How do they affect change? And what we have been able to see, at least from our preliminary findings, is that an equity director, the ones that were most effective, they were either part of the superintendent's cabinet or they had direct influence with the superintendent. they had resources in terms of money, time, whatever else, and they also had people, all right? One of the limitations, though, is that it became a scapegoat for other folks in the district to say, well, that's so-and-so job. Send it to the director of so-and-so, right? And so the work it's important, but the collective racial equity capacity of everyone in the district also has to be built, right? So how do we think systemically, how do we think structurally, and how do we think deeply and broadly enough around this position is some of the things we're looking at now. So that's all I have. I'm happy to entertain any questions that you have, or yeah. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Great presentation. Board members, have any comments? Ms. Vessa.
That was a great presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So it sounds like you've been doing some awesome work with our equity group. Have we gotten any feedback from them as to how they think it's progressing?
So good question. So after every session, I do feedback to get a sense of a couple of things. One, what's working well. Two, things that need to be changed. Things to keep doing. And so I'm checking in to make adjustments, at least to the professional learning that I'm developing after each session, right? I mean, we always are engaged in conversations about, the fear of it being just another task force, right? And we've had conversations to say that won't be the case, but it's like, hey, we can be doing all this great work, but we want to make sure that it comes to something, right? But in terms of like the folks that are there, I mean, they're engaged. Their sleeves are up and rolling, and I think checking in with them constantly is something that's great for all of us to do. So,
thank you, Ms. Weir, then Mr. Moses.
Actually, that was going to be my next question. Is there a plan to actually bring something to us, a policy suggestion? It looks like the summit sounds like a great idea, and hopefully that's going to be something that a lot of our campuses can participate in. But beyond that, where's is there a path that you're going to help? I know we're going to hopefully do a board workshop, but
yep.
We need a sign, we need something.
Yeah, so I think there are two ways to approach this work, right? So there's the way to approach the work as a facilitator, and then I think there's the way to approach it exclusively as an expert. I think I find myself trying to function in both of those, and understanding that there are folks on the task force who already have expertise and have suggestions, and how do we get that to come up? Even today we were talking about just this one logic model around what this work looks like and where it starts. And the conversation pretty much ended on maybe we're starting from the wrong place, right? And so as we're right now developing what that why is, what comes from the work around why we're engaged in this work, that significantly informs how we do what we do, what we do. But yes, that's what we're essentially working on. What we will be working on is figuring out what this work looks like in Round Rock.
I guess I'm following up too, because I know the board didn't necessarily create your charter, right? I think that was a district charter that was created, and I've actually never even seen it, so I'm not 100% sure even what you're completely tasked to do. So, and I agree, you have some amazing people sitting out there right now who've already done some great work in this district, and hopefully they are going to be a big voice in whatever comes out. And so I don't know, I guess I don't know really what my question is, other than I don't know what the charter said, and so I don't really, I guess I want to be really clear that we're getting a final product.
Well, I guess, so thank you for that. Oh, you want to say something? No, go, please, go. Please.
I do want to let you know, I don't think it's fun, but I'll just be loud. We'll get that way. It's not. The task force was formed 11 months ago now, and it doesn't necessarily have a charter to it. We started out with, mission, goals, just to look at racial educational opportunity gaps in the district. And first or second year. But it very quickly became apparent, because this is messy work, but it's also very courageous work on the part of the team that has come together. And so we took a look at, did we have common language? Did we have common understanding? Were we all at a place where we had the racial literacy to move forward in this work? And looking at the committee, looking at myself, for example, as someone that was helping to support that, it was something that we were in dire need of. And so we kind of took a step back and focused less on outcomes for the first year and more on just the professional growing and learning for the team. And so that's when we reached out to Dr. Green, brought him as somebody that was, a thought partner, a critical friend, someone that was really going to be a stakeholder with us. And so part of the work that he's brought to us, and we've had these conversations where we feel like in the last 2 or 3 meetings, we're really building that strong sense of community within the team that is the Equity Task Force. We're really finding the space to have those courageous conversations, leading to the Equity Summit, which is replacing the Superintendent's World Class Summit that we had in the summer. The attendees The attendees there will be the campus leadership teams and the district leadership. Directors and oftentimes coordinators come as well. A 3-day institute, as Dr. Green mentioned, looking at how are we going to transition this to the second year to be campus-based. How are we going to make that transition happen, knowing that we've got years of work ahead of us, but then we've built this really strong team that will help to coach, to build capacity, to keep working on the larger system, and then also empowering and educating and supporting the professional development, the growth, looking at the data specifically on the campuses to see where our next steps are, and then moving from there. So we don't have anything that's necessarily outcome-based for this year. I think what we're looking for is an examination of policies, obviously a plea for support and involvement, which we know you're going to be that partner with us, and just the support that we need to move forward as we move to campuses to ensure that the mission of this particular team and what Dr. Green's brought to us is actually realized.
So I guess even too, just adding to that is that I've seen a lot of districts with nice charters, with nice core values, with nice language around racial equity, but like the material experiences of children haven't changed. And so I would much rather us wrestle with the depth of like, why in the world are we doing this and laying this out, and have an understanding from that and move from that why and that disposition and from that place, then to report back to you 25 core values that nobody gonna remember tomorrow, 17 mission statements, you know what I mean? And so I feel you, and I hear you with the core value, but I think we're trying to, at least from my perspective, is really get a sense of the why with the collective in that room, or why we're doing that work. But my question to you is going to be like, I guess in an ideal world, you talked about the charter. Are there other things that you would like to see from the task force, ideally?
Well, I mean, yes, okay. Maybe. I did print out, and I was reading through the Portland, their 5-year plan, and some of those different things, and the Eden Prairie, which was really long. I didn't finish it.
Gotcha.
I mean, there is a lot of information and a lot of good stuff, and I guess that's kind of why I was asking for the charter.
Gotcha.
Just sort of wondering what it was laying out to bring back to us, if it is a policy change that we're going to need to vote on at some point, if that's where we're going, and how we're going to keep going and not stop and not get derailed by dips, and just keep plugging along.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Mr. Moses and then Mr. Math.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Green, thank you so much for your involvement in this. We really do appreciate it, and it's clear talking to task force members and just hearing you tonight, just you being involved is helping take this conversation really in the direction that it really needs to go. So just thank you for your time and commitment to this. And I think kind of really, Trustee Weir kind of stole where I was going as far as trying to figure out what the deliverables are going to be moving forward. I think that's what we're all anxiously awaiting. But also hearing you tonight and seeing the presentation, we know that this is going to be a process. So yeah, it's anything we can get just as far as, we know this is going to be baby steps, even if it is, hey, this is the common language we're going to start with. and just trying to move that ball forward. Just even though it might be slowly at times, hopefully not 7 years. Hopefully we can.
Yeah. I'm not saying, yeah.
You need that. But yeah, just something so as we monitor this along the path, we can make sure that things are being implemented with fidelity, and that there is those mechanisms in place to ensure that it doesn't just, oh, this is a great plan, put on the shelf and collects dust. That it's something that we can continue and maintain year after year.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's where the board support continues to come in, right? So we create suggestions and recommendations, just continuing to have your support to, bring this to a reality of fruition. So, yeah, thank you.
Mr. Math and Ms. Gonzalez.
Okay. First of all, thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you.
And I echo the sentiments of some of the other trustees that I'm also anxious to take it from meetings and theory to campus actionable items and behaviors. So it looks like it's a multi-year commitment, which is appropriate. Let me first ask the question, how many people are on the task force? How many usually show up to the meetings?
I would say there's a core, the last few meetings of about 40, 30, 35-ish. Yeah, started with 50 is about 35-ish.
Okay. So recognizing that it's a multi-year commitment and there will probably be people that roll off and roll on, what's the process for keeping the momentum going, keeping the interest level up, getting new members to join in?
So I think the momentum piece is that is not just the Equity Task Force doing it, right? The work is that it literally becomes the work of everyone in the district. And even as we think about a couple of things, even like having racial equity and equity built into the expectation of everyone's job, right? And what that looks like. Racial equity being, if you're a teacher or you're going to work in Round Rock ISD, you come through and you understand around equity and inequity on an individual level, an interpersonal level, a systemic level. So I think it's that the mechanism to ensure that it's not just a task force, but it's like literally a district at all levels of the district engaged in this work. I think that's what keeps it sustainable. I think that's what keeps it going. And it's also, again, the culture and the environment and the conditions in which the work unfolds, right? Because, excuse me, you can have a teacher, you can have folks at a campus level that want to engage in this work. But one, if it's stymied or it's blocked by the conditions or folks there, that becomes an issue. But then two, if you don't have the support with you in this work, it also can become like isolated and stymied as well, right? So I think to the sustainability portion is ensuring that the work is not just in a task force, but it permeates every facet of the organization and everybody's role in the work that they're engaged in throughout the district.
I totally agree. I think we need to have the momentum at all levels to be successful.
Gotcha. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Gonzalez and then Ms. Weir.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for committing your profession to racial equity. I think that's very commendable. I take a little different view. I'm glad there's no charter. I'm glad the organic process has taken place. And I guess, and I get what we need to do, because there's always that need to participate and give you back whatever you need. But I'd like to say, when you find what you need, tell us. If it's funding, if it's more programs, if there's more professional development that needs to be done, tell us. Let us know. One other thing about the Equity Summit, that's new. I haven't heard about that. Who's going to be a part of it? Who's invited? And what is that going to look like? Okay.
No, that's okay. Just from here. The World Class Summit, I don't know if you've been able to attend in the last couple years, but we have that the first week of June typically. And it's campus principals, assistant principals, and then it's directors and coordinators, directors, leadership from the district. Usually it's about 300 folks, and we gather at Cedar Ridge High School, and it's run by our professional development department. Ryan Smith and Edie Benz usually put that together for us. This year, because of the focus on the Equity Task Force and just looking to to really take our Equity Task Force mission and goals to the campuses, we are going to have the Equity Summit. And Dr. Green will be leading that. It'll be the 3 days of professional development, some participation from our schools. We haven't fully communicated that out to our campuses yet. So you're getting a little bit, I mean, they know it's coming, but the details of it haven't been fleshed out. But it's going to be 3 days of learning, professional development, and growth in the area of equity, racial equity, and institutional racism.
Is that a required?
Yes, it's something that, it's something that the expectation is that the campuses attend that. It's required in the district, yeah.
Yeah, what basically the World Class Summit is when we have, at the end of the school year, prior to breaking, where all administrators, most districts, they come back to a charge after vacation or whatever time. What we do is, what do we hold true, what do we hold near and dear, and then we come back before they break to vacation with some of our highest priority need. And this year, the work of the Equity Task Force was something that is in fact going to be that highlight. So what we call the World Class Summit, most districts, it's what they receive when they come back from their summer break. We always do this prior to summer break because there will be some extensive reading as they're on the beach or wherever they go. And some of these things are why that's the World Class Summit. And just real quick, I just want to, thank you so much, Dr. Green. And again, the charter, there was no charter. It was an organic process for the simple reason, if you go back to slide 7 points out it's a 3 to 7 year work, and that it never ends. And we learned that through one of the many things that we've learned through, our Beyond Diversity training. It's ongoing. Yeah. There's the four, the four agreements. I mean, the six, and then the 6 principles, and then our courageous conversations that we had. So there was no charter, but it did come back as a discussion. Edward Hanna, a former trustee, said, what are we doing? It's time to start having a plan. This was last January, and so we said, hold on, let's look at this. Let's look at the work. Let's start talking about that. But at the same time, let's do something about it. So there was no charter. There is specific work that will be, and it's in progress, and there's professional development at some point. So what are some of the takeaways? I think everybody, including the board, what level of professional development, it depends on their cultural aptitude as well. So I think we need to assess that before we say everybody's going to do this. There's opportunities, and that's what we look for, your guidance. So the last thing I'd say, I appreciate the fact that through this process, the professional guidance and expertise that has brought you to us. So thank you for your passion. Thank you. Push us hard. And then eventually, guess what? We are going to have to talk about what are some of the end results. Because I'm going to tell you, people here may be ready, but there are some people who are not ready. There are some people who want to build walls right now, 292 miles from here. So at the same point in time, we need to make sure that this is a priority for us, understanding that, as you mentioned, there'll be some resistance. There'll be resistance right within this room. There'll be resistance from all. But through these conversations that you just talked about, that is the beauty, and that's why the World Class Summit, that's the priority and the work. So I look forward to those 3 days. And board members, you'll be invited as well.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Feller.
I want to echo my fellow trustees in thanking you for your presentation. I feel that our district is very lucky to have you leading this effort in our district with your wealth of knowledge and your passion. It's definitely contagious. I recently went through the Beyond Diversity training with a bunch of administrators that are in this room and a couple of fellow trustees, and I left with this: what can we do? And it really opened my eyes, specifically as we stood on the color line of the white privilege that does exist. And I wrote something down tonight as you were talking, that the people that are experiencing the problem are the best ones set to offer the solutions. And when you look at our board, there's a general theme as to what's up here. So we need this input from the people that are experiencing these problems. And I guess that's why this passion is, you're hearing it from the people that are sitting up here, because we do want to hear more. And I sat at the board meeting when the Equity Task Force was opened or started, and it's been 11 months. And I don't know, I'm new to the dais, and while we were on the campaign, one of the questions that came up was, what's your knowledge about the Equity Task Force? And I went, oh, wait, we really haven't heard much about that. So while there's no charter for a deliverable, regular updates, things that we can do as a board, ways to be engaged in the conversation. I wrote down the examine existing policies and procedures with an equity lens. Is that something that needs to be going on from this board? And I know we can't make actions on this if it's not an action item, but things that we need to be discussing. I know that we do have trustees that are appointed to other committees. Does the task force want a board representative to sit on that task force, to attend the meetings, to ways to engage us?
More than welcome. Yep.
I feel that desire and that passion among the people up here to make these changes happen, and it's kind of like we're like sitting on this go line with our foot on the gas and the brake at the same time. I mean, maybe that's not the best example, but you know what I mean. Yep. So thank you for your guidance and informal updates. You not necessarily have to come to a board meeting for a presentation, but anything that we can do to support this initiative, I know that you're going to have, I'm speaking for myself, but I'm pretty confident that you're going to have the support of this board as well.
Thank you. Yeah, we totally welcome you anytime you want to be part of it. I think, too, what you said is like being courageous enough to be explicit about what you just said, even about the board and the makeup of the board, right? Like, we can see, we know what's going on. And so it's those conversations that we have to have. Yep. And it's also allowing people to understand the why behind the what. Often in education, we just jump in. This is what you got to do. This is what else you got to do. This is what, and people don't even understand why. So at least creating space to understand the why behind the what, but it's then having the courage to act and understanding. And so boards, I just got back 2 weeks talking to these boards and superintendents in Wisconsin, and one of the things I told them is that resistance, y'all experience it, is coming, it's going to come some more, but y'all got to at least have some type of unified voice to understand the resistance that are coming and the ways in which you respond to those resistances that come. But that is the work. And this is the time has been past, but it's now to engage in this work, right when we got the stuff happening with our political climate, right when we have the stuff happening with our racial climate. This is the moment. We are who we've been waiting on. The time is now to engage in this work. So, yes, we welcome you, and yeah.
Thank you.
And also, we could commit to you to definitely do monthly updates to the board in that communication. And it would depend on, Dr. Flores, how he would
and that
like
was
to.
just my suggestion. Whatever the board wants for that. But I feel like there's just been this long gap where we haven't heard what's going on. And reading the slides before we started, I'm like, okay, but then hearing the stories is what really is powerful of what's going on.
Oh, you're welcome anytime, and we will definitely commit to more frequent board updates.
Make a quick comment here. Thank you, Dr. Green, for your presentation.
Thank you.
I did drop in on one of the presentations you had over at the old Hopewell. It's probably been right before the holidays, and I saw that. What's that? November, whatever it was. I remember kind of seeing that. That was really the first time I'd seen the work. I'd heard a little bit about the task force, and I'll agree with us. On one hand, we always like to start with the end in mind. What do we want at the end of all this process? But in reality, in this case, maybe we don't know, and therefore we don't need to give you a charter. You develop it and come back to us. I think you said in your introduction, Ms. Seeger said you teach part-time or in the summer at Columbia University. I would think there's a curriculum. There's thousands of school districts across the U.S. that a curriculum with common words, common standards, common acceptance of, okay, here's what defines where we need to start. Is that something you can start with as a basis of there and come back and say, you mentioned on which slide it was, you were going to go and research all of these districts around the country. I think that would be your slide 12, I guess, Equity Director Study with Colleagues. Yep. Come back. I've also seen a couple of your YouTube videos. I don't know if you have more out there, but I've seen, and I don't know, I can't remember where they were. It seemed like one was on the West Coast.
Oh,
I remember maybe L.A. area or California. Maybe it's Portland.
Sacramento. Yep.
So, anyway.
Gotcha. Thanks.
So that's my comments. I'm glad it's here. Glad we're discussing. I know it's an issue going if you can give us updates, I think that's a great idea on a regular basis, and maybe come back in a few months and would like to get another update. And of course, always send us an email, put it on the calendar when the meetings are. A lot of times our calendars as individuals, we don't know where we are going to be. Some people travel, have incidents, but if we know it's there, I can plan it. And if we can drop in and watch, I like to do that. Not always to participate, but I just want to see the process. Is it engaging? Are people feeling like their voice is heard? And a combination of that.
Yeah. So definitely, I'm happy to check in however often, whenever you want me to, but I think also checking in with folks on the task force. I mean, they can give you their perspective on it, so I think that's super important as well. And so we're trying to always make sure we have this space where, like, the power dynamics, where people can speak freely, because, you know, folks want to say what they need to be. They need to say what needs to be said without fear of them losing their jobs, without fear of it coming back on them. And so we're always trying to create that space with which we have. We hadn't fully arrived there, but that's what we're always constantly looking to. We have to be able to speak the truth, but that truth has to be wetted with grace. Because if I only give you grace and no truth, it can lead to complacency. But if all I give you is truth and no grace, it can lead to alienation, right? So it's the unification of the truth that we have to speak, but that also is within this context of grace. So,
all right. Thank you. Any other comments other than that? Thank you for your input. I'm glad you came here, and
thank you all.
We look forward to hearing more updates. So,
thank you.
Okay. All right. Board members, do we need to take a quick break? We've got a couple long ones ahead of us. Issues. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Okay. All right. We'll take a quick break.
Principal's home
At 8:53. Go ahead and call this back into at 9:05. We are back in session. We'll go to agenda item H2, McNeil Learning Community Update. Dr. Flores?
Yes, we have the McNeil Learning Community Update. Dr. Presley will introduce Mr. Yonker.
President Chadwell, Dr. Flores, members of the board, very excited tonight to give you... Wow. This is the fourth in our of 5 learning community updates throughout the year. So tonight is the McNeil Learning Community and 11 amazing campuses led by John Yonker and a bunch of amazing principals. So with that, I will turn it over to John to start his presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Presley. President Chadwell, Dr. Flores, Board of Trustees, I'm very, very proud to be here tonight to discuss the highlights and some of the challenges facing the McNeil Learning Community. First and foremost, it's a very special place. And as several of you on the dais know this personally, that it is a great place to be. We have 11 campuses, 9,500 students, 620 staff members. I want to highlight the 11 leaders that are with us tonight who are dedicated to this work. You guys, thank you. Please stand. There. Absolutely amazing 11 folks. And Bailey Ray Elarms, where are you, Bailey Ray? She was going to join me, but she fell asleep earlier. So Brooks' baby that was born just a few months ago, and it's been joined our family. These 11 leaders are dedicated and committed to this work. And you know, sitting here tonight, I'm sure it's not lost on anyone that's here or anyone that's watching that being a campus leader is very complex, very complicated. It's critically important work, and I can assure you that these folks are completely committed to moving us forward in the direction that we need to go. It just, as we listen and we do this work, I think I'm trying to feel what is it we can do, and ultimately I think it's this. We just need to be better. That being said, we are an amazing district, an amazing place to work, and an amazing place to live, an amazing place to have your own children graduate. It is absolutely, in my experience, in my 30th year in education, there is no better place that I can imagine where people would want to raise their kids and live. That doesn't mean that we can't be better. We can be better. That is our goal, to be better. I want to recognize Ms. Lisa Roberts, who is our McNeil Learning Community ADA, who supports us, supervises our team of instructional coaches, and supports the academic needs of our campuses. So, Lisa, thank you so much for being here tonight. When we began this year, we had some focus points. School culture and climate was one of those that that we truly wanted to establish as being at the highest level possible. So much of our discussion, much of our work, much of our challenge has been surrounding the school culture and climate. Within that, one of the challenges that I had for this leadership was for those who had a great deal of knowledge and those who are just on the beginning of learning of the restorative practices piece, and how can we better serve our students in learning and exploring and becoming much better at these practices, recognizing that we need to make sure the relational parts with our students are met in order for us to be highly effective. We also have other challenges. We know that we have to have safe schools. We know that we have to be collaborative as a group. We have to have effective teaching in every classroom. We need to make sure we guarantee our curriculum, make sure it is viable and can be taught in the times allotted. Also, at the same time that when this year began, had the opportunity with one of our campuses, Joe Lee Johnson with Gabby Nino, to start and participate in the Holdsworth CLP, or Campus Leadership Program. And as we began that program, one of the things that was challenged with the districts that were chosen for this is the 5 campuses in Round Rock, as well as all the districts from across the state that have been chosen in their campuses, were that they were challenged with identifying a problem of practice. And with that, what that meant was, what is your dissatisfaction with the status quo? What is your problem? Have a root cause analysis, a theory of action to then ultimately solve that. We directed this work in that area, and I have asked that the other 10 campuses that were not directly involved in this process follow that same format, because we thought it had a great value. So I'll share a little bit of that with you tonight as sort of letting you know a little more about what each campus is focusing their work on. We know that what we share with each of you is that student outcomes and student achievement is the most critical piece, and it is something that we're charged with daily. And I can tell you that these folks wake up thinking about this and they go to sleep thinking about this, that they recognize that student performance, student outcomes are critical. The data is critical. STAR testing, DCAs, BAS, AIMSweb. There's so many pieces to this very, very complex issue. In order to try to make it more manageable, I want to have focus on a few things. We know that reading proficiency, Nancy Guerrero spoke of it last month when she spoke from the Cedar Ridge community about the why and what the data tells you about reading on grade level by the end of 3rd grade. We've talked about this in this district for a long time. We've made some significant changes. We've introduced full-day pre-K for early intervention, so we're not waiting until 3rd grade, that we're doing those types of really big steps to make that happen. But as I know some of you, if not all of you, have read the Texas Monthly article about STAR and whether or not that does or does not answer the question of 3rd grade reading. I don't know. I'm not here to challenge or to say that it does or does not. I don't want to claim to be an expert on reading Lexiles or anything along those lines. But what I do recognize is that we need multiple data points to determine whether we're successful or not. And I hope that you agree that we understand accountability, but we also understand that it is built for one purpose, not all of our purposes. There's 2 other pieces of data that I think are incredibly important to talk about. College readiness. Students need to leave high school college ready and ability to take college credit courses without remedial course is being required. The data is very, very clear. Those students who are having to take remedial courses have a far greater chance of not finishing college. Under 25% of those students, by the data is showing us that they are able to successfully complete. We just had a meeting the other day with the University of Texas, and one of their data pieces, which I thought was extremely important, they'd indicated that students are 50% more likely to graduate from college if they've taken at least one college course in high school. Now, understand some of that is causal and some of it is not, but it's important data for us to consider. And that if that is in fact the case, then our college dual credit, our AP courses, our on-ramps courses cannot be reserved for some, but must be available to all. Here's some highlights of the problems of purpose of our campuses, if this works. This, got that? All right. Brushy Creek Elementary, and you're going to see a couple of themes, and I'll hit upon it, is that they're very, very embedded in their campus and their culture about enrichment activities, as many of our campuses. One of their problem of practice is that they believe that students that have high-risk behavioral experiences and trauma, they're also struggling the most academically due to lack of instruction. So we see that that is one of the challenges that we have discussed, and you'll see this theme through many, many of our campuses. Our next, Elsa England. Let me go there. This isn't. Elsa England's problem of practice is analyzing the student writing samples across grade levels, their expected grammar, spelling, and punctuation in writing. Their challenge is reflected in the decreased achievement over STAR. However, some of our preliminary data that we're looking at is very, very good at Elsa England in this area, so we're very excited to see how that plays out. But again, they're with their Project Lead the Way and their STEM classes, and they're also very, very embedded in the work of the enrichment side of the house as well. Forest North, Capturing Kids' Hearts, you heard tonight from their very energetic PTA president as she stood before you and talked about her feelings of the school, and it's a wonderful school. I did want to mention in McNeil Learning Community, extremely diverse student demographic, also campuses, campus sizes, very diverse from our smallest to our largest, age from 2 years to 41 years, that we have a lot of diversity in a lot of different ways within, and I believe that's part of the strength of the McNeil Learning Community. Their performance gap between their students who face high levels of stress and trauma and mental crisis and those who do not is not only exist, but there's a real sense that those can continue to grow, which require us to act accordingly, knowing that we're experiencing those things. Jolie Johnson STEAM Academy, our Holsworth campus that I'd indicated, that it is a STEAM academy which provides a number of great opportunities. It is a campus that is visited by many from across the state, across the country, as well as internationally, with many of the processes and procedures that have been put into place. Very, very embedded into monitoring and working with the data, and their problem of practice is their achievement with their discrepancy, both academically and socio-behaviorally between their student groups, economically and non-economically disadvantaged students, and that is what the challenge that they have determined needs to be addressed most critically. Jollyville, school-wide enrichment is a big part of the school. Large numbers of ELL learners. The population has shifted at that school within that part, as you all know. So that has been a focus of the work, again, focusing on STEAM principles and enrichment opportunities embedded in before school, after school, reducing the disruptive classroom behaviors directly impacting student engagement and student instruction is something that has been part of what their problem of practice has been determined to be. Live Oak, I know that at least most of you, I think we've talked about or seen the LINK pilot program for K and 1 that has the expanded amount of time on structured break time coming out of some work out of Texas Christian University and some data that it indicated. So we're watching that, monitoring that very closely. And Ms. Holding, I think it feels very positively that we're going to see some great impact of that along the way. But again, their largest problem of practice is, again, the social emotional needs of the students and the disparity in the instructional opportunities that those kids have experienced. Pond Springs, very much the same as some of the others that we're very, very proud of the social emotional learning and leadership components. They were really early on and been working on this. The Sweet Friday School Enrichment's a great, I was there, I think it was last Friday or the Friday before, to get to watch some things, and along with not just school enrichment, but a lot of things that really we're talking about becoming involved in the community, helping others. There's some really, really cool things going on within that. But their problem of practice is looking at the social emotional discrepancies between students' performance, students of color, special education, economically disadvantaged students is something that is an area of focus as well. Wells Branch, our Arts Integration Academy, doing amazing things in the arts. And for those of you that we haven't had this discussion, that our goal is to improve student achievement through the use of the arts. It is not necessarily to be like fame and making sure that these kids all go into the arts as careers. But what we're recognizing, the data is very clear that those students who have exposure to the arts and at the level of the arts early on will benefit greatly. And again, closing the achievement gaps between their student population and the disparities that exist is something that continues to be, will continue to be the problem of practice, and one which we'll be putting much energy and effort in trying to come up with the best possible solutions in that area. When we get into our middle schools, Deer Park Middle School SIM model continues creation of and working with their PLCs. through E3 Alliance, and the SIM model has been there for several years, and Jonathan Smith's doing a great job keeping that moving forward. He is also, at least in my mind, our resident expert in restorative practices, and his team has been going and searching out. And one of the really great things about this learning community model is that we share kids from a similar community, and that allows principals to go get training, come back and encourage and help and be part of a team to teach all of the rest of us what the great things that they're learning. So that's been a great thing. There's concern that there's a large recidivism rate for students. Some students who have had issues in 6th grade, followed by 7th grade, followed by 8th grade, and we need to address that because it's having an instructional impact on our kids. Pearson Ranch, in its 2nd year, Kim has done a great job opening that school. If you've been there, talking about it just felt like it felt like the culture and climate was there from day one, and that she made it look very, very easy. And I know that it was anything but that. But starting and opening a school is a great challenge, and it is just a wonderful place. The academic, behavioral, and social emotional needs of their high mobility and their diverse student population is where they're spending and wanting to spend some time to really dig deep. And our high school, McNeil High School, Project Lead the Way, one of 3 high schools in the state, and Jolie Johnson, also one of the very few elementary schools that were distinguished as a Project Lead the Way schools. So we're very proud of those schools. Kind of addressing the issue of our kids having the opportunity to take college credit courses while at McNeil, and the numbers are very, very positive in that. But we're not there yet. By any means. Their teacher feedback and assessment and their discipline data shows that stronger systems need to be in place to support students' social emotional learning. Our staff wants to engage collaboratively in creating more consistent campus systems, such as restorative practices for behaviors and academic support. So that highlights the 11 campuses. And I just talk a little bit about what we do together is that we connect the dots. We're transitioning from home to school, either kinder or pre-K, from 5th to 6th, 8th to 9th, and 12th and beyond. We want our program to be aligned. Each campus is individual, but we also know when students go from one school to another, there needs to be some common threads, and the vertical learning community allows us to work and work on that. We share best practices. We train our teachers in common methodologies. Our principal training and communication piece is where I get to spend, I hope, most of my time. The assistant principals, in collaboration with those folks and the other learning communities, we work very closely together to train those folks. Our PTAs, our community building. I think it's New Hampshire University commercial, and I think it's like the best line, is that talent is equally distributed, but opportunity is not. And I wish more than anything I had thought of that and made that up. But I think it's something that I think we truly believe in, that we want to make sure that it's not because of the lack of opportunity that we aren't able to have the highest level of success with our students. And I think that's a resounding component of the culture of our community. I believe that. I do want to talk a little bit, because I know there was very little directly about instruction and how we make instructional decisions, but as I mentioned earlier, we respect the fact that we have a standing accountability system that we are held to, and we are going to continue to make sure that data is extremely important to us. But we also know that doesn't tell us what to do. That doesn't tell us how to then become better at what we do, and we have other tools to do that. So we monitor. Our accountability is STAR. We monitor through STAR Ready and STAR Interim and Ames Web Plus and those types of things, and we monitor and adjust our instruction based on DCAs, BAS, Common Assessment, and maybe something more important than any of that are the teachers evaluating their students and making instructional decisions on the spot and making the adjustments necessary for kids to be successful. And that's a huge part of what we do, because I think that's the way that it has to be done. I did want kind of what's next. If I must get this question more than any other in the McNeil learning community is, what's the deal with Apple? Well, I don't think it's necessarily to size, but probably not fairly different, is that we're about to get a new neighbor and want to welcome the Apple headquarters of Austin right down the street. And I think Mr. Chadwell and I would probably agree that one thing we would love is maybe a road that connects. We've talked about it for a number of years, right? That's been going on, and I know that Ms. Weir, I know that we've had these discussions on what does it all mean. And to be perfectly honest, I don't know. I don't know for sure. what it all means. But I want you to know is that from the moment that it was announced, we started the discussions internally and have reached out externally to see how can this benefit our students and our community. Between 5,000 and 15,000 jobs, between internships and externships, between opportunities to make sure that their biggest challenge is to find a qualified workforce, and we are going to solve that problem for them in this community. That is what we're committed to doing, and we're very, very excited. And yes, some of the questions are about what are you going to do about the traffic, and I'm not so sure I have much control over that, but we'll figure that out when we get there. So I hope I've at least given you an overview of what these incredible people do every day, and I'd be glad to entertain any questions that you might have.
I'd like to start off. Thank you, Mr. Jonker. Appreciate your enthusiasm, when your very first comment. I know all of the other area superintendents have the same focus, but when you started off your presentation by saying your principal's focus is go to bed at night, wake up thinking about achievement and outcome. I'm confident that everybody does that. I'm confident that the principals that I see in here do that as well. So I applaud you for reiterating that. And that's something that I think as a board we look at all the time is where do we need to focus? What do you need? And, of course, we go to Dr. Flores and say, tell us what's going on. And so I appreciate the input. I also appreciate your comments, your honesty and your candor about, what was the word you used, the problem of practice. There's always wonderful things going on all of the campuses, but I'm glad to see that you're identifying some areas that that need attention. So thank you for bringing that forward to our attention. With that, I'll open it up again. Thank you for your comments and support and enthusiasm that you have with your principals here. So,
thank you, sir.
Trustees, any comments? Ms. Vessa.
Thank you so much. It was a great presentation. So every time we have a learning community, I go through all of your data.
I was hoping you would.
And so this is the data that I printed out for the McNeil Learning Community. So I see some things that I could talk about and say, but I'm just curious, what do you, when you look at this data, what do you see as areas that in your learning community you really need to focus on, schools that really may need some extra supports?
I think that a couple of things. I think that when we look at our English language learners, when we look at our special education performance, when we look at the disparity between some of our student groups, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable to me. It's unacceptable to the 11 principals that stand behind me. We recognize that. And that's why much of our work is trying to look at some of the causal factors that we may have not historically looked at. And I think that one of the things we really need to focus on is if we have incredible instruction and amazing STEAM academies and just world-class arts integration academies, that doesn't help someone who's not in the classroom. So whether it be because of student mobility or exclusionary issues with discipline or any of those things, we are committed to changing those things, to making sure that kids have those opportunities. Now, in those that have previously been on the board in my previous role with the action campuses, one thing that we talked about is, and it's one of the more painful parts of what we deal with, is much of our data is directly aligned to the economically disadvantaged status of campuses. And much like the A through F state pieces, that we want to make sure that all of our schools perform at a very high level. So yes, looking at these things, ELL learners, fourth grade writing, we look at that very, very closely. We talked Algebra 1. We've talked all of those different pockets of things. But it becomes so many things that if we can focus on the primary pieces and know that much of that data is to help us make instructional decisions rather than a final value for a particular school, because at the same time we understand that morale and to have people to be in these schools, we're a very diverse district with very, very diverse needs, and McNeil Learning Community within the community is very, very diverse. So I'm focused on this. We're going to have safe, collaborative schools. We're going to have effective teaching in every classroom, and we're going to make sure that we teach the curriculum to the fullest extent. And we are going to work even harder and maybe more focused than we've had in the past of addressing what the barriers are that are keeping us from having the level of success that we're capable of having. And much like all of the people that have spoken tonight and at other meetings, we agree. We want to be better. But I hope what's not lost is we're pretty good. That doesn't mean we don't want to be better.
So I kind of always like to point out one school that I think is doing just amazing, based on just their demographics and their performance from the report card. And that's definitely, I mean, the one that I thought stood out was Brushy Creek, because they have over 20% EcoDis, and yet they have an overall score of 92. That's superb. What is happening at Brushy Creek that we can maybe pass down to other campuses that aren't performing? You know, they have maybe a higher EcoDis than Brushy Creek, but aren't performing at that high level.
I think when you look at our schools that have, you know, I think the issue primarily is going to be the longevity of teachers. It's going to be making sure that the people in the classroom are the most equipped for those challenges. We have a number of folks on that campus, as well as many of our other campuses, that have been there a long time and have been committed to the work. I think that's what I would say primarily, which is difficult to replicate, other than going back to the very first thing that I said, was that in order to have that, you have to have the culture and climate of a building where people want to stay, where people take advantage of the training and then implement that training for many, many years. And I think that's where we generally see our most successful schools. And we're proud of, and I recognize that we have schools that have 92 and we have schools that have less than 92 on that measure. We have amazing schools.
Yeah, Ms. Weir.
No, why'd you make that face?
I
love you.
Because I've known you a long time.
But actually, I guess I was going to follow up a little bit on what Corey said, because you didn't touch on Flex at McNeil. And granted, I only have 4 data points, but 2 are my 2 kids that graduated, and 2 are my 2 kids that are at McNeil right now. And one thing that a lot of us heard over winter governance from our student panels that we listened to this past week was how stressed and how much time kids spend on homework. And I can just say in my house alone, Flex has made a huge difference. And for those kids that don't have, internet at home and they have that extra time. So just for the board members that don't know, maybe you could just explain a little bit what Flex is.
I think the concept started 3 years ago, maybe, and it took a good year of exploration, but it was building in time in the school day, which is difficult in any school, but especially at high school, which you don't often see because of how compressed. So by extending some things and moving some things around, this block of time daily within the school day has been developed, and it allows for a number of things to occur. Clubs and organizations to meet. So as opposed to the child stressing that they have tutorials and a club meeting and NHS and all those things, that it had that opportunity to build those times during the school day, but also provided opportunities for kids that may have been absent to retest, or for kids to get additional tutorials during the school day. So they've done an amazing job implementing and managing the Flex program. I believe that some other schools in our district are currently looking at that model. So, and we're very, very proud because we're here to share, and I think that we are anything that's great at those schools, and we recognize that. But it's a great program. But I think maybe more importantly, I would love, and I'm sure that Amanda Johnson would love it, for if you had an opportunity to visit McNeil at that time to see it in action. And I think it would make a lot of sense to kind of see the diversity of all the different activities that can occur. However, one of the reasons it is a major undertaking to do that, and that's why it's fairly rare at the high school level, because and when this started with Courtney and that I told her that I have so much respect for it. I'm not so sure I would have had, as principal at McNeil prior to that, would have moved forward, only because I would have unfortunately seen all the things that could go wrong. But I'm we're very pleased that staff has continued to look at all the things that they benefited from, and it's going to be great to see. Although Westwood was welcome to do Flex, but they will not be the original.
All right. So I do want to also comment while I'm thinking about it, your comments about dual credit on-ramps. I'm familiar with on-ramps. It used to be UT only, but now it's expanded. Is that right?
That's correct. Our relationship is currently continuing to be University of Texas. If that changes...
Just real quick before you do it. That little baby, this Brooks's baby, she has been amazing all night. So I don't know if she's leaving, but I don't mean to upstage you, but I just.
Can we pass the baby down the line?
Yeah.
No. So on-ramps is a little different than dual credit, for example. On-ramps is an opportunity for students to take a class with a teacher who's been to additional training. And right now it's expanding, and we're looking at it because there's some real benefits of the on-ramps program that allows students to be taught by the high school teachers, yet they are also then getting resources and take exams through the universities, and the university ultimately awards credit. And people are going to ask, is on-ramps better than dual credit or AP? And I'll say the answer I've had for all the years I've been a high school administrator was it all depends. There is no one right answer to that. It depends on your kid. It depends on what your goals are, and we highly value all of those. And it's a great being in a district where our schools are large enough that we can offer a variety of different options to students and meet all their needs. But on-ramps was something that just has come, and I'm sure it's been around a lot longer than I am aware, probably 7 or 8 years. But since we brought it on board, we're seeing kids that are walking out and they're being transcripted at the University of Texas and allowing them to take those scores. We also have kids that take 30, 36 hours on from ACC through dual credit, and students with numerous hours through AP exams. And if the research is correct that increases your chances by 50% of completing a college degree, then we have got it needs to be the rule rather than the exception that students are exposed to these programs.
That's great. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Feller.
And I wasn't planning on speaking on this, but since you brought up on-ramps, it's my understanding that it in the past has been a free program and is now going to be a per pay program, correct?
That's my understanding at our latest meeting, and we're right now kind of dealing with what challenges that creates and what we can do to support that. And we've been down similar roads with other programming, and we talk about the expense of AP exams and the expense of dual credit textbooks, and this will be another one of those challenges. But I believe that the benefit is worthy of us looking at all options to make sure that we provide these opportunities to all kids, regardless of cost.
I did talk to one of our state representatives about putting more funding into it. So
fantastic.
I'll be anxious to see if anything happens in the upcoming budget with the $9 billion that they have found. Because I do think that it is a wonderful opportunity for our kids to get some college exposure, and doesn't necessarily have to negatively impact their college transcript if they don't do as well as they expect. So.
Yes, ma'am.
But thank you for making that opportunity, and if it does become a per pay opportunity, to see if there's ways to help out our kiddos that can't afford it.
Thank you. On behalf of the entire community, thank you for the support and what you allow us to do every day, and we truly appreciate your support.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jonker. Appreciate the feedback, your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Dr. Flores, we'll go to agenda item H3, quarterly financial report.
Yes, our third and final superintendent's report is the second quarter financial report, and this is Ramiro Flores' very, very, very last meeting. I promise you that. He told me he's not coming back. He says he's done after tonight. Actually, he's going to assist. But we also have in the audience tonight Dr. Kenneth Addix, who will be succeeding Mr. Ramiro Flores. So, Kenneth, would you please stand so that we can at least acknowledge next time he'll be in the hot seat. So, we welcome you. And McNeil principals, great job, great job. John, great job as well. So without further ado, Mr. Ramiro Flores and Rosanna Guerrero.
I'll believe that when I can actually leave.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I think that Ramiro deserves a round of applause for
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I just really appreciate your stepping up over the past 9 months or so that we've been in transition, and so thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but thank you for all that you've done and hanging on as we've been trying to hang on as long as we can. I know that we're in good hands now, but thank you for all that you've done. So
I
sorry to
appreciate it,
interrupt.
and I think part of the thing that I will share with you is as a citizen of Round Rock ISD, if you will, a participant. I felt that it's my duty, and I think this is where the caliber of not just myself, but other people that are willing to step up and help as we can. I have a specific skill set, and from my standpoint, I was more than happy to help said this before, Round Rock ISD was a good school district while I was here. It is a good school district, but it was good to me, and so I felt like I needed to give back. Without further ado, I do have Rosanna Guerrero, who is going to go over the actual financials, and I believe she's ready.
I'm ready. Yes, sir. Thank you, President Chadwell, Board of Trustees, Dr. Flores. Tonight we present the second quarter financial report. This is for the period of July 1st through December 31st of the fiscal year. Let's see. The clicker is not quite working. Oh. Yeah, the clicker's not working. I don't know if I need to turn it on. Thank you, Mandy, for stepping in to help with clicking. The first section of the presentation is a narrative that provides detail to the data that's presented in the report itself. We'd like to first pay attention to the, if you click through to the general fund report. Financials. Yes, thank you. So for clarification, I'd like to state that the general fund report is a combination of all general funds, which includes general operating and general fund balance. It is a combination report. So that, what it does, it includes a separation between the current year financials versus the same period in the prior year. So you can do a comparison of general fund during, for that period of December 31st. Now, in terms of revenues, they are trending as anticipated. We will talk more specifically about tax collections towards the end of the presentation on the tax collection report. State revenue has been continuing as anticipated through Foundation School Program and the available school funds that began in October. We've collected over $20 million in state funding, and the revenues are on track to meet as anticipated. For expenditures on this report, I'm going to focus on the current year, two columns in particular, the amended budget column and the actual column. So overall, you'll see a slight increase in most functional areas and actuals. That's related to the 2% increases in salaries that the board approved last May and as part of the 2018-19 budget. In Function 11 specifically, you do see an increase from the prior year. This is attributed to a couple of things. The January board workshop, we discussed the growth of students of over 1,000, and so part of that student growth equates to additional teachers. So we did add teachers attributed to that student growth. Also part of that increase in expenditures is related to fund balance appropriations for technology campus refresh. Again, there was a gap between the refresh cycles, and so fund balance was appropriated for technology expenditures related to that. So you'll see that increase related. In Function 21, which is instructional leadership, you see a difference between the original budget and the amended budget. There's a slight decrease. This is a budgeting strategy. Budget is allocated at the department level, which is a Function 21, and then throughout the year, as requests come through from the campuses, budget is then transferred to Function 11 for instruction or Function 13 or 23 for campus needs. So that's why you see a slight decrease in budget there. For Function 34, which is transportation, you see actuals increased from the prior year. This is related to increase in contractual services and also an increase in supplies and materials related to maintenance and repairs for buses. Function 51 and 53. 51 is maintenance and operations. 53 is data processing. You see an increase in the budget from original to amended. Mainly that increase is related to the fund balance budget allocations that have been approved throughout the year, and also related to PO carryover from the prior year. So for example, maintenance has summer projects that occur throughout the summer. Because our fiscal year is July 1, there may have been a PO that was created in the prior year and then is then carried forward into the current year. So budget is also associated with those carry forward POs. So that's why you see a slight increase in budget outside of fund balance and then those PO carry forwards for those two particular functions in general. Function 81, you do see an increase to $8.6 million in the amended budget. That was not originally appropriated in the original budget. This amended budget, I would say, $6.7 million of that is related to the bond reimbursement resolutions. So the bond was approved in November, and then on the November 15th board meeting, the board approved bond reimbursement resolution number 1 and number 2, and that was a total of $6.7 million. So we appropriate funds in general operating fund balance to cover the moving forward of projects for purchasing purchase orders, and so that design can move forward. So budget has been allocated. Again, once the bond sale is completed and bond proceeds are received, the budget will then be reversed, and then it'll be allocated in the actual capital project budget. So these will not be expenditures that are recorded in general fund. Overall, in general, I will say the amended budget, you do see $463 million. That is an increase. Of that, 14.69 is fund balance. Okay, so of the amended budget, that's noted on there, 14.69 is fund balance. On the actual side, of the $160 million, 4.9 million is fund balance related. So that's why you'll see kind of that combination report. Okay, the next report that we're going to move forward with is on food service. Now, food service, the only thing I'd like to bring up is Function 81. This is an addition to the current year. This is related to kitchen renovations at a middle school and elementary school. Mainly, these are capital equipment that is purchased for these kitchen renovations, and so that's why you see a slight increase in those expenditures for Function 81 in food service fund. The next report is on debt service. Now that, what I'd like to bring up to your attention is the other financing sources in revenues, and in expenditures, the other finances uses. What you see here is the recording of the refunding of bonds that occurred in October. So this is the recording of that other financing sources and uses in debt service. The next report is on capital projects. Again, want to focus on this is related to the Bond 2008 and Bond 2014 funds. This does not include 2018 yet until the bond proceeds are received. So you'll see very slight changes in that, mainly projects being completed and closed out. The last financial report is the Internal Service Fund, and this is a combination of our Print Services Fund, our Flexible Spending, and our Employee Self-Insurance Fund. The revenues and expenditures are tracking as anticipated. This is just, again, a recording of the claims and the expenditures related to those funds in overall. Now we're going to move on to the investment report. What I'd like to mention here, go ahead and click to the next one more. Thank you, Mandy. Overall, as of December 31st, the district's investment portfolio was well diversified. We had in investment pools 50.67%, agency and treasury securities at 19.74%, money market mutual funds at 29.34%, and cash at 0.24%. The district's reported cash and investments for all funds was $402 million as of December 31st. The next report is a summary of each of those different types of investments and breaks down the detail. And then subsequent to all of that is the detail related specifically to each of those. So you can just click through that, Mandy. Thank you. Keep going. All of this is related to a GASB compliance requirements for reporting. Keep going. All investment. Okay, the last report that we will cover is the tax collection report. And this is a summary as of December 31st. Again, what I will mention is that the adjusted tax levy for the current year is $465 million. And the current tax collections is $227 million, which is about 49% of the tax collection. This is slightly lower than the prior year. As of December 31st of last year, we were at 51%. So what we have seen an increase in January and February collections that have then made up for that difference. So we are currently on track for the tax collections in the current year. And now I'll open the floor to any questions that the board may have.
Board members, any comment? Mr. Math.
Yeah, going back to the main exhibit with the budget and
the general fund?
Yeah, the general fund.
Okay. Right there.
Yeah, so You had mentioned, I can't remember the numbers, but a majority of the increase was due to, I think you said, the fund balance. So
It was probably in function 11.
could you explain what that means? I mean, does that mean, when I think of the fund balance, I think of it kind of as a savings account. Does that mean that we're actually moving money from the fund balance to fund for increased expenses?
Yes. And so part of what the board has approved are committed and assigned fund balance allocations. And so they're already earmarked for specific projects. An example may be the innovative grants, superintendent instructional initiatives, major maintenance, capital renewal. So we have allocations within fund balance that are already earmarked as committed and assignments. So as projects are approved and go through the process, budget is then transferred in to the general fund. We track it in a separate fund, and it's Fund 181. So it is separate and apart from general operating, but for reporting purposes, it's combined. So it is an allocation within the fund balance appropriation into an account for expenditure purposes.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, whether it was earmarked or unexpected.
No,
So
no,
it's
it is
earmarked.
It is earmarked, and it's there are strategic projects and approvals that occur based on need.
Thank you.
Ms. Vessa.
I just wanted to acknowledge that I sent you a bunch of questions earlier this week, and you answered all the questions. So thank you very much. So because I send them like a lot of questions, and they do a really great job every time of making sure they address all those points so that it's clear what all of this means, and I really appreciate that, and give kudos to Ramiro as he goes off and spends time with his grandbabies, and your department just doing a really great job of helping me understand and helping the board understand, and thus the community understand. And so you guys have been doing great. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
President Chadwell, Dr. Flores, board members, if I can just quickly, the worksheet we handed is to try to again explain what she was referring to about designated. And so what you'll see as of June 30th, there's an amount that was designated from fund balance, which left the unrestricted at 144. As the year progresses, we move money from those categories into the actual budget aspect. So you'll see, for example, for strategic, we actually moved $920 from the $1,000,004. So that leaves a balance of about $495 in that category. So what you're seeing here is where we're moving from fund balance to the actual budget, but it doesn't affect the unrestricted at that point in time because it's still within the amount that was originally funded. And so as we progress, that's the way we kind of capture the information. The only one that would impact is the last one, which is the bond reimbursement. But at the end of the day, won't, because we're going to get that money back. So I want to kind of just explain a little bit of what this particular fact sheet, if you will, as to the fund balance aspect that you were talking about or asking questions about.
Yeah, that's helpful because, to a naive eye at first blush, you say, wow, it went up all that amount, but it sounds like a lot of that was already anticipated.
That's correct.
Ms. Filler.
So on this document that you just gave us, there's an asterisk next to the board-approved items, 4384, but nothing saying what the asterisk is for?
That is a PO carry forward from prior year.
Sorry, what?
It is a PO carry forward from the prior year. Okay. So as the purchase order rolls, the budget rolls with it, and that is related to actually the Cedar Ridge locker room expansion that was board approved, I believe was 2 years ago. Okay. So that's kind of the remaining payable that is going to occur in the current year.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mr. Moses.
Very much, Ramiro. Thank you for all the work. I just echo the work you've done, helping us get through the bond today. It's just we really do appreciate you stepping up and helping us out.
Thank you, sir.
And Kenneth, look forward to working with you. I have a question. So on our investments,
yes,
what are the benchmarks we use to evaluate performance regarding our portfolio compared to other things out there?
We mainly align our investment strategy, the district's investment strategy, which was approved by the board, and it has recently been awarded through the Government Treasurers Organization of Texas a certificate of distinction. So we mainly stick with our investment strategy, and we have 3 investment objectives in order of priority. They're based on safety of principal, liquidity, and yield. And so we have a very specific strategy that we follow in terms of investments and making sure that we preserve those investment objectives.
Right, and I get all that. That's great. But my question, though, is I agree we got to focus on protection. I got to focus on liquidity. But I don't want to forget yield. Because yield is important, because that's what helps us make sure we're able to keep funding some of these things out of fund balance and otherwise. So what other metrics are out there, other portfolios are used to compare what we're doing to that and see is there an opportunity to still maintain the protection yield we need to under the Public Funds Investment Act, at the same time see opportunities to get more yield. So I guess that's something.
Right. I don't know that we have a specific metric. I think that's something that obviously would be good to use. There are other possibilities that you get into. Obviously we have very passive investments, and because again we do this as part of other jobs, if you will. But I think it would be good to try to develop that metric, or even with the possibility of do we look at farming some of it out type process to maximize what we might be able to make.
Right, and what we're doing maybe just great, but just be great to see some kind of comparison. So we know if we need to go back and evaluate, there needs to be a change of direction.
Yeah, absolutely. We can look at that.
Ms. Weir.
I just had a very basic question. So on the sheet that you just gave us, sort of when and how are those funds set aside? Is that revisited every year as we do the budget? I mean, are we going to get to that point, or is it something that's kind of just been sitting out there for a while, waiting until we needed it?
It is an annual review process that occurs through the budget process. And so 2 years ago is when we expanded the allocations for committed and assignments. Last year, we increased the allocation for the strategic plan innovation grants. So there was $500,000 that the board approved to increase that allocation. So it is an annual process, and typically in June, the time when the board, the budget is being reviewed and adopted, is when we make recommendations for changes. So it is an annual process.
Okay. I think that's it. So thank you both.
Thank you.
Ms. Guerrero, Mr. Flores, thank you. All right. Go on to agenda item K, action items. Number 1, approval of the 2018, 2019, and 2019-2020 academic calendar adjustments. So that's it. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. You're right. We got J. We just skipped right over that. So we do have consent of those. Be quick. Do that.
I'll go. Yeah, Mr. President, I move that the board approve action items J1 and J2 by consent.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for J1 and 2 by consent. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 7-0. All right. Thank you. Now we'll go to K, action items. Number 1, approval of the 2018, 2019, 2019, 2020 academic calendar adjustments. Dr. Flores.
Yes, if there's any questions to that, we do have Annette and Christina Snow ready to address those questions.
Mr. Moses, did you have it? Is that what you're? Well, go ahead and comment if you'd like. This was the discussion we had at the last meeting. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello. Good evening. So K1 is the motion that we're looking at for approval of an amendment to the already approved 18-19 calendar that we already are in, and for next year's 19-20 calendar. That's the adjustment where we're looking at formalizing our morning tutoring at the high schools in order to allow for operational minutes to gain 4 early release days at 1:30 p.m. on all 4 of our final exam dates at the end of each semester. That would start this coming Monday, the tutoring, the formalized tutoring, if it was approved. And then this spring, we would have the early release days at all of our high schools for the 4 final exam days. And then in the fall and in the spring of next year, we'd have that as well. So that is what we are looking at asking for approval on tonight for K1.
Okay.
I move that the board adopt the recommended changes to the previously approved academic calendars for the 2018, 2019, and 2019-2020 school years as presented, formalizing high school tutoring time each morning to allow for documented operational minutes, allowing for 4 early release days at the end of each semester at 1:30 p.m. for high schools during semester final exam days.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for amending the 2018-2019 calendar as presented. Any further discussion?
I just want to compliment and say this is really, really neat. I'm excited to see how this plays out. So, good job.
We have a lot of very excited staff and parents.
I'm excited to go home and tell my 2 high schoolers that I'm the one that made the motion for this.
All right, so great. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor raise your hand. Motion carries 7-0. All right, thank you, Ms. Snow. We'll go on to agenda item K2, approval of the 2020 and 2021 academic calendar.
Yes. So looking at the following year calendar, and we have not approved that yet. I brought that to you all in January, 2 drafts, option 1 and option 2. We presented that to the community, to our staff and our community at large in survey form, and received some information back. So. Okay, well, I have it in written form. Yeah, I'll just share it verbally. So, as you'll remember, there was a requirement of 75,600 operational minutes per year, which is 180. We also have 187 teacher duty days that are a requirement, and we are working under 435 minutes of instructional days. We've already added 10 minutes in the last few years to that instructional day, and we're not looking to add any at this time. We had 2,172 total respondents to our survey that we had out for about 2 weeks, with several reminders that went out. We also, Mr. Moses did do some paper offerings at our schools. We didn't have very many take us up on that, but we did offer that. Survey 1, option number 1 on the survey, and it said, I support option 1 as presented. We had very strong support. We had 68.5% combined with the strongly agree and agree in favor. We broke that down by parents and then employees. Parents, we had 61.7% combined and in favor, and employees, 77% combined in favor of that one. Option 2, very slightly different, but different. It was going to start 1 day earlier and end 1 day earlier. And it would balance things out a little differently, but you would split some of the finals weeks. That came out to a 43% combined in favor. So very definite difference in preference. So we are recommending as a committee that we move forward with option 1. However, we do want to note that while we had strong in favor as presented, we do take into consideration the feedback that we received very seriously, and the committee was very thoughtful as we read through that. And so we have a few recommendations that we are kind of imposing on ourselves for next year for the process. First of all, for this year, we have added a fact sheet that we're going to have go out with the calendar, and it will reside on the website to explain some of the background information. A lot of our committee members felt that when they understood some of the requirements and some of the reasons that things have to fall out like they do, that it made a lot more sense to them. So we shared some of that information. And in addition, next year we saw that there are a lot of people wanting a lot of input. And so we are going to change that and spread and extend the process a little earlier in the fall. Before the committee convenes, we'll send out, as a district, and I will make sure this happens, a survey to the community to ask some basic questions on things that are optional, some preferences, to see what our preferences are as a community. And then come together with requirements then formulate some drafts, and then put the drafts back out for approval. So this will extend, having another survey, but I do think it'll give people more of an opportunity. Also during that time, that request that will go out for information early will also ask to solicit possible interest on the committee. So hope we have, it's a very small committee, but then we'll have at least more names that we'll draw from a hat. So, and that's it. We have a recommendation for option 1.
Okay, board members will take Mr. Math.
Yes, I move that the board adopt the option 1 calendar draft as presented as the 2020-21 academic calendar.
Got a motion and a second for the option 1 for the 2020-2021 academic calendar. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor raise your hand. Motion carries 7-0. Great job. Thank you. I always find it ironic they get down to 75,600 minutes. I mean,
we got it.
Okay, we'll go to agenda item K3, adoption of a bond authorizing the issuance of Round Rock ISD unlimited tax school building bonds in the principal amount not to exceed $200 million, levying a tax and providing for the security and payment thereof, and providing for the award of the sale thereof in accordance with specified parameters, authorizing the execution and delivery of a purchase contract and a paying agent/registrar agreement relating to such bonds, approving the preparation of an official statement, and enacting other provisions related thereto. It's a lot. Mr. Flores.
President Chadwell, Dr. Flores, board members, we even though the order was presented, there was questions at the February 19th meeting about trying to get a better feel for what the differences are between a cash or a competitive sale versus negotiated sale. We do have with us today Mr. Raul Villaseñor. He's our financial advisor with Hilltop Securities, and his sidekick, Michelle Aragon. And then we also have Glenn Opal with us, which is our bond counsel from Bracewell. So one of the things we would like, with your permission, is to kind of give you some more information, or that way it'll give you an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Villaseñor regarding negotiated sale versus a competitive sale. Also would like to, with your permission, there are three possible options that we could look at if you go with the order for a negotiated sale, or just a straight competitive sale. And then there's a third that basically you can adopt an order for a competitive sale, but it gives a little bit more flexibility as far as the award process. And Mr. Opal can certainly cover that at the stage where we're ready for that discussion. So with your permission, I would like to have Mr. Villaseñor come to the podium and talk about negotiated versus competitive.
Thank you, Ramiro. Board President, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Dr. Flores, and members of the staff and community that are still here this evening. And as a point of personal privilege, Mr. Chadwell, I've known Mr. Flores since the early 90s. I know that he has done a great job for you folks because I served in the capacity of financial advisor with him in prior school districts. He's a stand-up guy. He's a great family man. And I'm sorry to see him go, but I'm anxious to begin to work with your new CFO. By way of just introduction, some of you may not know us, and Michelle works with me every day. She's more than just a sidekick. She's my right-hand and left-hand person. She does all the analytical work that we've done for the school district since 2008. When we were first retained as the district's financial advisor. The whole notion of competitive sales versus a negotiated sale goes way back. We've debated, cussed, and discussed those two methods of sale for a long, long time. However, in the last 10 years, particularly since the financial debacle in 2008 and 2009, We are now selling bonds. You folks are borrowing money in one of the most dynamic capital markets that we've ever seen. The capital markets where many, many years ago you wouldn't see much difference in selling a bond issue, whether it was competitively sold or negotiated, whether it was sold on Tuesday morning or Thursday afternoon. Today, those differences can occur from minute to minute and hour to hour. And so for some time now, and I've only been doing this for 36 years, this coming July, the reason we have preferred negotiated sales is because for large school districts like yours, particularly when you're selling a very, very large bond issue, when you offer those bonds at a negotiated sale, you're in much more control of that process. Now, does that mean we don't like competitive sales? Of course not. There are some instances where, depending on the issuer, the type of bond issue, the final maturity of the bond issue, we might elect to do a sale competitively. But more recently, the only issues that we've sold competitively, and we've done them as competitive private placements. We typically do those for small issuers where the inherent cost of doing a public sale just doesn't work. It would be an investment of bond proceeds that really would not produce a whole lot in terms of a borrowing rate. What I wanted to do, or spend a little bit of time this evening, is kind of walking you folks through the process, because at the front end, both types of sales are very, very similar. We have to produce an offering document. We work with your staff. We come to the board and get orders authorized. But that's about the point where things are very similar and where the paths sort of deviate. Negotiated sales and the involvement of both your staff, my staff, including our underwriting department, are critical to that whole process. Michelle and I, not that we don't know, but we're not in the middle of underwriting bonds on a day-to-day basis. We provide advisory work. But we have within Hilltop Securities an underwriting desk. Those folks do understand the underwriting business and are on top of what's going on day-to-day with different issuers selling different kinds of bonds and different size bond issues. They're at the table with us as we begin the negotiating process, as is or has been Mr. Flores and his staff, because we simply do not allow for the underwriters to simply make us an offer for the bonds. It's a process that begins typically the Friday before the bond sale, because we're reviewing, okay, what's going on in the market next week? How many bond issues are for sale? Are bond issues selling on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday? Typically, we don't sell, most folks don't sell bonds on Fridays. Where's the competition? You folks, and something that I've been very pleased that we've had the good fortune of working with your staff over the years, is you folks are one of the highest rated issuers in the state of Texas. No other school district in Texas has AAA ratings from both of the rating agencies. And that's without the benefit of the permanent school fund guarantee or any other type of bond insurance. That, what we refer to as an underlying rating, is much sought after in the market. And so we want to exercise those great ratings that typically will produce a lower borrowing cost. So we begin the process with the underwriting syndicate, typically related to the sale of the bonds the Friday before. We talk about what's the market been doing, how many bond issues were you folks involved in that prior week. How do we look in terms of lining the sale up against other issuers, other school districts in Texas? Are there any FOMC committee meetings? What kind of data is being released during the week? Because sometimes, and this is the dynamic market we operate in today, you could have the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, including its chairman, make a statement that morning, and it immediately could impact both the Treasury market, the government Treasury market, and the municipal market. So we are keen on all those data points, if you will, the week before. We could at that point in time say, well, look, We don't like the fact that there's $15 billion of bonds being sold next week. We don't like the fact that we've got 5 members of the Federal Open Markets Committee speaking throughout the week, or the minutes are going to be released from the prior FOMC meeting. And so that would give us an opportunity to pull the issue from the market. Typically what happens is, because we've looked at this with the underwriting syndicate the week before, but our firm and your staff have looked at this thing 2 months in advance, and that's essentially what we're doing here tonight, not expecting that the bonds will be sold until sometime in April. Then we follow that up with a meeting with the underwriting syndicate, what we call a pre-pricing call on Friday afternoons. It includes all the members in the underwriting syndicate, the senior manager, the lead firm in that group, in that syndicate, has asked all of the members of the syndicate for their price views. And you're going to get different price views depending on whether the firms are basically institutional or do they have a big retail set of brokers that sell bonds into the retail market. And so we take that consensus view and through the leadership of the senior manager, produce a preliminary scale that we might pre-market bonds with the following Monday or the day before the sale. Michelle then takes that pre-marketing scale and she reruns the numbers. What do we look like? What does the interest rate looks like? What does the TIC look like? The NIC, the AIC? And I want to throw out a bunch of letters out here, but there's a lot of factors that go into selling one of your bond issues. Once we get the preliminary numbers from Michelle, they're distributed to the whole group, including your staff. We sit down and review those, and because we want to know, and it's important at that point, whether there's anything that's going to skew the bond payments that we've projected in your tax rate analysis that we've done for that fiscal year. We obviously don't want to sell a bond issue that's going to skew those numbers such that the INS tax rate that you folks will have set the prior August doesn't work. Too much debt service, not enough. And so that gives us an opportunity to move those maturities and bond payments around so that we're well within the guidelines that have been established by your staff. We then, assuming that we were going to offer the bonds up on Tuesday, we have a second call with the senior manager, your staff. We take a look at, okay, what's tomorrow going to look like? Any changes over the weekend? Does something happen in China, Korea, elsewhere in the world? Because now, unlike 20 or 30 years ago, we also are impacted by global events. And that's something that we have absolutely no control over. So assuming that nothing has happened in the world that could skew or impact tax-exempt rates that Tuesday, we give the underwriting syndicate the go-ahead to begin to pre-market the bond issue. Okay? We then meet on the sale date, typically between 8 and 8:30 that morning. We get a review from the senior manager of the underwriting syndicate. Anything happen overnight? How did your pre-marketing efforts go? Does there appear to be interest for this coupon and yield scale? We typically will make some adjustment. Michelle will rerun the numbers, and then we're prepared to recommend to your staff or not if we should proceed with the sale of the bonds. The sale will typically take Central Times from about 9 to 9:30 in the morning until 11 to 11:30 later that morning. The senior manager and their syndicate members will put all the orders together. And remember, what we're trying to do here is structure the transaction, the bond sale, such that we attract a lot of buyers. Okay? And we actually want to attract more buyers than we have bonds to sell. It's the old supply and demand thing, Economics 101. Because when you have more buyers than you have bonds to sell, that's positive for you. We can reduce the yields on those bonds. And it's always very obvious when the bonds have been sold well by the syndicate, because you're going to be what we refer to as oversubscribed, which means you have, again, more orders than you have bonds to sell, and that allows us to be able to request and demand, quite frankly, that the underwriting syndicate reduce yields in certain, or as we did earlier this week, in every one of the maturities that we offered that morning. Once we make our requirements known to the underwriting syndicate, the senior manager will go back, talk to some of the prospective buyers, making sure that he's not going to lose a significant number of the orders when we lower the yields, and then he or she will come back and make an offer to your staff. We'll review it then with our underwriting department. How does this look? What have you been hearing? How are other sales going? Because we always want to make sure that if we're offering bonds in competition with other school districts, that folks are going to prefer your bonds to anybody else. Okay, and we spend a lot of time getting to that point. So your staff then has the opportunity to make comment and question our underwriters. What about these particular maturities? What about the front end? What about the back end? Once Mr. Flores and his staff are satisfied, then he has the prerogative at that point to accept the offer of the underwriting syndicate, and then we proceed to closing the bond issue, typically 3 to 4 weeks later. So let me now contrast that with a competitive sale. In a competitive sale, unfortunately, we have to set that date and time that we're going to accept bid for the bonds sometime in advance. Okay, and we certainly will look at what data is going to be released that week, making sure there's not an FOMC meeting, FOMC minutes being released. But we try to find that date and time that works. And you folks over the years have gone through this in designing, bidding, and building projects, right? You also have options on how you can bid and build those projects. Used to be simple. 25 years ago, every school district in Texas would design, bid, build. There was no question. You picked the best bid that you could get for your high school or your middle school, and then you went on to construct the facility. So in the competitive sale, we've set that date and time in the future. We spend a lot of time ensuring that we'll get more than one bid. That typically will be 11 o'clock in the morning. But you don't have much more flexibility with a competitive sale than simply accepting the bids that come in that morning. From that point, you're back to where we were with your staff on a negotiated sale. We'll sit down and review all of the competitive bids. We'll be able to analyze them. What's the interest rates? What are the coupons and yields? Did they have any conditions, right, in submitting their bond sale? And then we sit down and would get our underwriting desk back on the phone again. Ramiro and his staff could talk to our underwriters and say, what do you think about this? Why did they bid these kinds of coupons in the back end and different coupons in the front end? What about the yields? Or were there other competitive sales in the market today, or are they coming tomorrow? What are Treasury rates doing? And then Ramiro and his staff would have the prerogative to either accept the bid or reject all bids. If that were to happen, then we would simply come back to the board requesting reauthorization. We would set another date in the future where we would again accept bids from underwriting syndicates. Now, those underwriting syndicates typically bid as groups, whether it's for Round Rock ISD or Fort Bend ISD or Dallas ISD. All that happens with those predefined groups is that they rotate who's going to run the deal, quote unquote. And so we see that, at least from my perspective over the years, that competitive sales have worked better for smaller issuers than for large issuers. In fact, we went yesterday and did a little bit of research. There were 28 bond issues that were in excess of $100 million that sold over the last 12 months. And every one of them, with one exception, sold on a negotiated basis. So now, what does that mean? That means nothing other than there's a lot of folks that believe, a lot of school districts that believe that the negotiated method of sale is the better option for them, because we believe also that it's the better option for you folks. Now, if we were selling a small bond issue, again, one that maybe was attractive to smaller banks, we might take a different approach. But I don't like to see or have the opportunity for missed markets, particularly when you're offering up $200 million in bonds. Mr. President, that's the extent of my presentation, and would certainly entertain any questions that the board members might have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Viciano. Mr. Moses.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much for being here this evening. So,
My pleasure.
So, what factors are currently present in the way our bond is packaged that, in your opinion, say do a negotiated sale?
The biggest thing is that we've got some, we've provided the information to your staff. They certainly can make it available to you folks. We spend a lot of time working with your staff on analyzing what the tax rate is going to do this fiscal year, because you've already set those tax rates, right? So we want to make sure that we're spot on with that first year payment, right? The payment that's going to be due in August of this year or February of next year, and ensure that it meets your requirements as a school board in terms of the tax rate that you expect to levy or did levy last August. Other than that, remember that again, certain bond issues are structured. Yours are structured very differently than most ISDs, and for one big reason. You folks charged us some years back, I'm sure Mr. Chadwell remembers, that you wanted to begin to amortize any bonds related to technology. You wanted to amortize those in the first 5 years of every bond issue. So when you look at your bond issue, and if you were to see a payment schedule for your bond issues, gosh, going back 5 years? Yeah, since 2008. Thank you. That's why Michelle's here tonight. You're going to see higher payments in the first 5 years and then level payments in the back end, not unlike the level payments that you and I might see in our mortgage payment, right? But we were charged with ensuring that technology, anything related to technology was amortized within 5 years. Very few school districts actually do that because their tax rate can't support that, right? And so that's something, one thing that's going to be different from other school districts. Now, could we do that with a competitive sale? Of course. Yeah, we could structure it to meet those requirements and ensure that that our bond payments were going to be within the INS tax levy. Mm-hmm.
Would you say that our bond structure is any more complex than districts like Plano, Frisco, Louisville, Allen, Humble, McKinney, Aldine?
I don't know, but I don't think so, no, except for technology.
Because all of them did competitive bids in the last 6 years.
Perhaps, yeah.
No, they did. And Dallas, Louisville, Humble, and Plano were all in the $200 million and up range.
Yeah, I think the DISD deal was almost $900 million.
Yeah, I know they did one for $300 million.
And the reason that they did that is because a lot of the board members were tired of being called week after week after week by underwriters wanting to be the lead manager on those deals. Finally, the staff threw up their arms and said, we're going to do this competitively. So there was no financial strategy to that competitive sale, which is unfortunate in my opinion, because on occasion, not very often, but on occasion, one thing that the negotiated sale does do for you is it allows you to move principal around more freely, right, than a competitive sale. Because in a competitive sale, remember, a competitive sale has to be, and this is in talking with our underwriting desk, right, because when you put that bid in, if we accept it, you're on the hook, right? And so competitive sales typically have to be 70, 75, 85% pre-sold, right? Unlike a negotiated sale, right? And so on a competitive sale, if the sale, as the hour is approaching to submit the bid, is not 70, 75, 80% pre-sold, what the underwriters are going to do is they're going to have to pad their bid because they don't want to take that big a risk. Now, a competitive sale that is 90% pre-sold is not going to have a lot of risk in it. So you're not going to see a big difference in the underwriting spread. But in today's volatile market, the expectation might be that the underwriters, particularly as the date and time approaches, they might have to put in a little more on the underwriting spread to protect them on the downside.
Okay. So you mentioned how y'all have an underwriting desk. So if y'all are in some cases an underwriter in other districts that have a different FA.
That's correct.
How do you hold each other's feet to the fire to make sure that you're getting a competitive price that isn't going to end up inadvertently hurting you somewhere else?
Yeah, no, first of all, I don't care. I don't underwrite any bonds. Michelle doesn't either. 99.9% of the business that we do as municipal advisors is providing financial advice. That's all we do. I don't chase underwritings. I don't want to chase underwritings. And because, Mr. Moses, the last thing you all would want me to do, right, is to be giving up something on your end because I'm going to get a bond deal from the guy next door.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? I don't do that. We don't underwrite. Michelle and I don't underwrite any ISD, any city, any county, any state school, bond issues. It's just not the business that we're in.
Yeah, my biggest concern is looking at a competitive sale versus negotiated is transparency. Then negotiated, you're dealing, I mean, you were very complimentary of our bonds, AAA bond rated, even the underlying rating.
Yep.
And on a negotiated sale, even you buy anything, you're going to get the best deal you can get in a negotiation. So I'm just going to use easy math. My biggest concern is the negotiation. I mean, again, easy math. Bond is our bond's $100, but on the open market, the open market's going to get 105. They're going to negotiate down to 100, because they think that's where they can get the deal.
Right.
And then once the 10%'s gone, they're going to flip it and take the 105.
Sure.
And we've lost out on that yield.
What we don't
And
do.
a competitive bid.
What we don't do is we don't allow that to happen, and that's why our underwriter has to be at the disposal of your staff, because if our underwriting team, and remember they're underwriting 8 to 10 deals a week, right? That's what gives them the market savvy that I need when I'm deciding whether you folks have gotten a good deal and whether I'm going to recommend the bond sale to your staff for approval. You know, we've been doing, again, the work here for 8 years. I don't think there's been one instance where my friendly competitors have come to either any of you, the superintendent, or your CFO at the time, and said, "Boy, you guys got a bad deal." I'm not going to allow it to happen. Now, so can I throw out an option, maybe? One thing, and look, this has always been an issue since I got into this business. What's the best method of sale? Okay. And truly, the only really way to know is if you scheduled the competitive sale and the negotiated sale on the same date and time, right? Because markets move, as you well know. I mean, you could offer one of your customers a 10-year Treasury bond in the morning, and it might be more expensive or less expensive an hour or two later, right? Same thing for the municipal bond market. And I know, Michelle knows, our underwriters know, that my competitors, they've got a keen eye on how we're going to produce during your bond sale. Because if they have an opportunity to invite you to lunch or to dinner or breakfast the next day and tell you what a lousy job we're doing, we wouldn't be here 9 years later, 10 years later. So one thing that issuers have done in the past, we saw a lot of this in the late 80s, early 90s, is typically the mayor or the board chairman, the board president, would appoint a pricing committee made up of board members. Can't have more than 3, right? Mr. Panek, is that right? Okay. And that puts you right in the middle of all of this. And I believe, Mr. Chadwell, that if you and the rest of the board decided that, hey, this is important enough, and a $200 million deal is very important, right? Because that's going to impact tax rates for the next 25 years.
Well, it also could impact us generating more yield on the bond, which means us either being able to fund additional projects that didn't quite make the cut or expand the scope if necessary.
Yep.
I mean, getting even an extra 1.6% or 0.5% on $200 million, that's real money.
No question. But we don't simply sit idly by, okay? And by way of example, let me propose something here. In fiscal year 2018, we came to the staff They set the INS tax rate. Well, they worked with the INS tax rate that you folks set, and they identified $11 million in excess collections that year. And that happens because if properties are in protest and there's a delayed tax payment, you're collecting prior year's taxes, money just sort of ends up there at the end of the year. So what do? We didn't let the money pile up. They said it was available. We went out and defeased over $11 million of then outstanding bond issues. This is fiscal year 2018. That $11 million reduced in terms of interest expense somewhere in the neighborhood of $17 million. Boom. $17 million worth of interest is gone. That's what helps you in making the point that you just made. You want to make sure that at the end of the day, because residents of this school district have been told these are the projects we're going to build, and we're going to build them over the next 2 or 3 or 4 years. We have to assure that that happens in working with your staff, of course. This year, that number in terms of cash defeasance of currently outstanding debt is a number just north of $21 million. That's going to, on August 1st of this year, it's going to eliminate a little over $36 million in interest. So over 2 fiscal years, we're approaching $50 million, just like that, right? And that's what we have to be doing in conjunction with your staff and in conjunction with the tax rate that you folks set to get ahead of the ballgame, right? Because we're always thinking about not what's going to happen this year or next year, but when do you folks think you might have another bond election? Since 2008, this school district, in that authorization that happened in 07 or 08, told the community that the INS tax rate would not exceed 34 cents. We're almost $1 billion worth of authorized bonds since then, and the tax rate's not reached 34 cents. That would not have, yes, and there's other factors that impacted that, I'll be the first to admit, but one of the things that we adopted some years back is that we have to be vigilant about the INS part of the tax rate. You just can't simply say, well, look, we borrowed this much money, we know what our payments are going to be for the next 25 years. Put it in the black box. No. We defease debt, we pay off interest, all of those things, because we know they're going to be important when you get ready to call your next bond election.
But we can do all that with a competitive sale, too.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Clearly. But my point, the only point I was trying to make.
We can only do that in
No.
negotiation.
No. I'm with you on that. No argument there. The only point I was trying to make is that we're vigilant. We're not just sitting back. We're trying to figure out what you folks can do to prepare you for the next bond election, right? And you're right. But you know, a pricing committee, and it could be as few as 2 board members. We've had as many as 3. Because I think you folks riding that pony on sale day would really give you some insight as to all the things that are done to ensure that you've borrowed the money at the lowest cost you could on that day. And that's the same thing with a competitive sale. With the competitive sale, the only thing we can be assured of is that on that day, at that hour where we accepted the bids, you got the best deal, right? But was it a better deal than the day before? Or would, if we had waited and done the deal the next day? One thing that I've tried to get boards to understand is that you almost have to be indifferent to interest rates. Because if you waited for the right interest rate environment to sell bonds, you'd never sell bonds, right? And so we do all these other things to make sure that if we were off 1 basis point, we're going to pick it up in 2 fiscal years by defeasing over $50 million worth of debt. And there's not very many school districts doing that today.
Mr. President, I have some more questions, but I will hold and let other people go.
Ms. Feller's been patiently waiting. Let's go to her.
I have to tell you, thank you very much for your detailed explanation, because
Absolutely.
I will be the first to admit, prior to about 6 days ago, I had never heard of negotiated or competitive bond sales. So I will admit that I am new to the game. I have spent a lot of time this week trying to get educated on the 2 processes, because it is a very important thing, and the thought of spending $200 million. And So I appreciate the more in-depth explanation tonight. I did have a couple of more questions on the competitive sale. You said we have to set a date in the future. How far in advance does that date have to be set?
Usually 2 to 3 weeks.
2 to 3 weeks. And then you said, just making sure I understood you correctly, that if we did not like the night before or going up to it, we could reset that date.
No, I said that for the negotiated
Oh, for
sale.
negotiated. If we, for the competitive, is it we had to have 70 to 75% pre-sold before that date?
Well, the underwriting syndicates that are going to offer you a bid would have to have most of those bonds pre-sold. Remember, your only decision point with a competitive sale is after you've received the bids. Right.
Okay.
So typically what would happen, and this was more prevalent many, many, many years ago, is that if you got one bid, you weren't going to accept it, right?
Right.
And we would recommend that you just simply reject all bids.
Well,
And then we'd have to set a subsequent date to accept bids again.
I guess what I come back to is that phrase where you said that bonds from Round Rock ISD are going to be highly sought after because we are the only district in the state that has this AAA rating from both of them,
Two of
from
them,
Fitch and Moody.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's when I think about competitive. If we are the best and you can't get a better entity to buy bonds from than our rating, and how does that play out into a competitive market? I know there's so much unknown, and so I defer to somebody that's done this so much more.
Yep.
But it seems like we would be highly sought after.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your experience?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's no question about it. And we've worked in conjunction with the superintendent and you folks as the policymakers of the school district. We've worked very hard to get to those levels, right? But what I like, and my experience shows, is that we prefer the control you have with a negotiated sale versus a competitive. Now, if the board tonight said, no, we're going to do a competitive sale, that's what we go out and do, right? And we're going to do you a great job. And we're going to, spend a lot of time ensuring that you get more than one bid, right, that next morning, because that's what you expect us to do. We're not going to sit back because we don't like competitive sales, because then I give the door opens for my competitors to come in and talk to you folks, talk to the CFO.
And I don't mean the next question disrespectful, but just in an attempt of full disclosure, I didn't even know we had a financial advisor before 6 days ago. I'm new to this, so pardon my ignorance, but does your firm stand to make more money versus one process
Not
or
one
the
nickel.
other?
Not one nickel.
There's no difference in that. Okay, thank you. I don't mean that
No.
disrespectful, but it's important.
None taken.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Math.
You've been in this 36 years. I've been in it 36 minutes.
Okay, sorry.
I don't even know if this question makes sense, but I'm hearing some back and forth over negotiated versus competitive. Is it an option to maybe hedge our bets and do $200 million offerings, one competitive, one negotiated? And if so, would that give us the flexibility to kind of move our chips at the 11th hour if we were getting better rates one way or the other?
Remember that the market, and put yourself in their shoes, right? They don't want to spend a lot of time studying the credit, reviewing the maturity schedule, looking at the date and time for the offering, who's in the syndicate if you were doing a negotiated sale, and then not have it happen. Right, and that's quite frankly, one of the big drawbacks to a competitive sale, particularly if you get one bid and reject it, because now everybody's got to gear up again. And so, remember that these bond deals are sized based on your financial staff working with your facilities folks, and sort of guesstimating how much money do we need for the capital improvement program over the next 12 to 18 months. We don't want to go out and borrow a lot of money for you folks and have it just sit in the bank, because since 2010, you're going to borrow at 3-something and reinvest at 1-something. So that's a negative cost of carry that you would incur for that period of time. And so we've been advised with your financial staffs and their discussions with your facilities folks that approximately $200 million is needed to keep the capital improvement program going over the next 12 to 18 months.
So I agree with the $200 million. I'm just saying, could you go out with two separate?
Oh yeah, no, that's what I mentioned a few minutes ago. That from a technical standpoint, that's really when you might know. I wouldn't even put a lot of certainty on it. That one method works better than the other. But guess what? 12 months, 18 months later, it might be the opposite. Right? That's the dynamic markets that we're operating in.
I'm suggesting selling $200 million bonds within hours of each other. This way, if one way is better than the other, we're kind of hedging our bet.
I've never done that. But if I was directed to do that, I think we'd give it 110%.
Okay.
I would just add in that mix, you're going out to the market with a bond order. The underwriters are geared up in that case for $100 million. You decide your competitive deal doesn't work. They're not in that same process geared up to go sell another $100 million, or vice versa. You couldn't take if the negotiated sale. You've already got your notice of sale out there for $100 million. That's going to get you bids. If you don't like the negotiated, you can't just go out and drop another $100 million onto that bid, because the entities haven't geared up for it and they haven't set their rates for it. I think it would be a really messy process. It would breed a lot of confusion in the process.
And with two very strong ratings, that's the last thing in the world we want to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I trust your judgment.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's a good point, though. I mean,
Yeah.
it'd be like you said, it'd be a test case.
Yeah.
Do them both right at the same time. I've got a couple questions, but Mr. Moses, I think you had another 2 pages. No, how many more pages do you have? He showed me just briefly what that was.
Please.
My comments are more. I've been on the board almost 10 years, 10 and a half, and you come here every year. We've always sold bonds. You made a comment earlier about based on the rate we set in June, it's possible we'd have too much or not enough debt service. I've never heard of not enough debt service, but I guess that's possible.
That's where excess collections come from, right?
That's what?
And the excess collections, that's where basically it comes from.
Okay.
And we in that fiscal year where that money is raised,
Mm-hmm.
we go out and immediately defease bonds.
Okay.
But that's, as Mr. Moses says, that has nothing to do with how you sell bonds, right? But the only point I was trying to make there is that we don't sit around and wait for the rock to hit us in the head.
And I will say this too. I remember this over the years. Randy, who was our CFO for many years, and I know Ramiro, you've been here, has always been. You have, what word you use? Indifferent toward the rate.
Right.
You just, whenever you need it, you have to go. And sometimes it's going up, sometimes it's going down. But when you need the funds to get started on the projects, you just have to go. And don't try to overanalyze trying to when to go into the market, even though that's just what you said you were going to be doing. You're watching world events and the meetings, the Fed or whatever it is. You're watching all that. So, all right, Mr. Moses, carry on.
Wrong button. So, what kind of similar to what I asked earlier about our financial statements, it's what competitive benchmarks do you use to evaluate and compare the negotiated sales?
First of all, we have our underwriters on any phone calls that we have with your staff and with the underwriting syndicate. Remember, they are underwriting bonds on a day-to-day basis, so they have an idea, a real world idea of where bonds should price, right? And some bonds price better than others. You folks, your bonds, given the ratings that you folks have, stellar ratings, ratings that no other school district in Texas can claim, right? Your bonds are going to be sought after. Whether the bond sells at 9 o'clock in the morning or 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The big issue, Mr. Moses, with the negotiated sale is that it occurs over a 2 to 2.5 hour period, right? The lead manager comes to to the not the dais, but the conference table. Oftentimes we do the pricings here in your administrative offices. And the underwriter is talking, the syndicate senior manager, their underwriter is talking to our underwriter throughout that 2 to 2.5 hour period. What do you think about this? I'm seeing that state of Maryland did this. I'm seeing that Frisco ISD is poised to sell tomorrow. Their structure is this or that. You think that's going to make any difference? And we spend a lot of time with your staff. That's why I think the notion of a pricing committee makes a lot of sense, because it puts you all right in the driver's seat with us. And it'll demonstrate to you, hey, these guys have put a lot of effort into ensuring that we're borrowing the money at the best rate that was available that day. Now, if we don't like it, similar to a competitive sale, the CFO can simply say, look, I'm not buying this. Yields got away from us. I don't like the coupon structure. Any other conditions? One of the things that we've been doing over the last 5 years is typically, throughout my career, municipal bonds had a 10-year par call, right? So you had to wait 10 years before you could pay them off fully. We've been working that way down. Today, we ask the underwriting syndicate, and typically in the week before the Friday call, is, look, we want to know if we can get, at a minimum, a 9-year par call at no cost. And then we ask, what will an 8-year par call cost you? Because what's been happening, particularly now that advance refundings have been eliminated with the Tax Act last year, is that you have to have the flexibility to pay off existing debt sooner, right? That's what defeasances are about. And the best way to make that less expensive is to have shorter call dates. And so we've been working with you folks. I think all of your bond issues have at the very least 9-year call option, which 10 years ago was unheard of. People would tell you that was going to cost you 5 or 10 or 15 basis points.
Try it. There you go. Okay. Well, I'm gonna. If you have a couple more questions, I don't know why this is flashing too, but anyway, get out of the building is what it's saying. So, okay. My recommendation is, I think this is great information. We're going to have total of three, right? Dr. Flores calls. Can we put, what's that? Can we put, okay. I was going to say, to get this thing going now, I'd recommend we go forward with our negotiated, and then let's put together a committee for the next round. Okay.
I believe that if you look at the IRS, the U.S. Treasury, the Government Financial Office.
Your mic's on. Hit your mic. Sorry. Okay. Let me try it. All right, try it now. Maybe I hit something to try it. Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah. A competitive sale is something that is recommended by the IRS, the Treasury Department, and the Government Financial Officer Association as far as it favoring competition and price transparency. If we want to create, especially, and I think competition is key, we've heard how competitive our bonds are and how much people are going to want to buy them, then why would we not want to have a jump ball and let the 30 different underwriters go out there and make their best and final bid for our bond instead of the syndicate that is selected, which is not all 30-plus underwriters out there. That's my personal belief. I think that's a fair, open process and helps ensure over the long haul that we're going to get the best pricing for our bonds and the best pricing for our taxpayers who graciously approved our bonds to go out and finance these projects.
Sounds, I don't know why this keeps flashing, it's back, but it sounds like it's the idea of go out on a certain day, you pick a day, you go forward. We're highly desirable. I don't know why Louisville, Dallas, all of the ones you mentioned, Frisco did it that way, but they're not AAA rated by both agencies. The only thing I can think is we've done well the policy we've used over the last with you guys, and even before, I think we were doing the same. Can't remember what it was before I got on the board, but it's worked well. But I'm open to consider it going forward. I just think we need to make something we need to decide tonight one way or the other. Is that right? Because you have to start. Mr. Worcester's going to give us a list of bond projects, right?
Oh,
that's right.
We've started the process. And again, remember I said at the outset, activities for a negotiated versus a competitive sale, they're sort of riding together, right on top of each other until we get to a certain point. That's at the point where we're at.
We
need a decision from you folks,
okay,
so that we can go forward. And because there are two principal documents that a competitive sale has that the negotiated sale doesn't have, and that's the notice of sale, where we detail all the requirements of the bid, right, and then the bid form. And it's the bid form that will be used to submit the official bid to the school district. We request that bid forms are signed by the individual in the underwriting department prior to the sale, right? And so what we'll typically have is a signed bid form that gives us an early indication of who's interested. Not that you're going to get a bid, but who might be interested in that competitive sale, and then the week before the competitive sale, we'll call around through our underwriting desk, because again, these are preformed syndicates. They bid on different deals all across the state, and so we've got to get to that point where we have to start developing those two documents. Not a big deal, but it's the two documents that aren't used in a competitive sale. I mean, in a negotiated sale. Excuse me.
Okay. We've learned a lot tonight. We learned a lot over the last 6 days. It sounds like what Mr. Math said. We'd go out the only way we could do it, which had never been done before. We'd sell $100 million negotiated and $100 million competitive. And in that way we see it. But as you said, 18 months later, when we go for our second round of our $508 million, we could switch it the other way, do the same thing, and it might show that the other way. Mr. Moses, you brought forward a lot of information that I hadn't been aware of. My biggest advantage for sticking it. What's that? You're blinking. I don't know why this keeps. Try to. What a little bit more? All I heard was something a little bit more.
The financial stuff a little bit.
I know you are. That's right. You do this every day. So I didn't know you were, at this level. But again, so I'm going to, Ms. Bessa, go ahead. I'll give you a shot. You have your light on? Push it. Okay. I don't know if there's a battery in here or something that's going low or what. It's usually working. Try it now. Try it now. There you go.
I mean, I think this is all, to a certain extent, it's a matter of trust. I mean, we either trust that you're telling us what is the best path forward, or we don't. And that's really what I keep thinking up here as you talk and Mason talks. It's like, okay, it really comes down to trust. And so that's what this is about. Do we trust that you're advising us in the way that will be best for our voters, for our taxpayers, for those people we represent? And that's what this decision is about, is trust. And so ultimately, Mason, my question to you is, why don't you, and I don't mean this any ways, what is giving you pause to trust that Ramiro, I forget your name now, so are not necessarily advising us in a way that would be the best for our constituents?
And that's a very fair question. It is a very fair question. And I would say that it really is, it's not a lack of faith in their competence. I believe they're highly competent. I believe that whatever way we go, they'll do a great job. I think I think Chad alluded to this is just the way we've always done it. And those are some words that just always kind of rub me the wrong way. But here when I say this is the way we've always done it. And just looking at our bond pricing, the way it is structured, looking at other comparable districts and what they've done and the yield they've been able either to get or they've been able to, the dollars they've been able to save and recoup to their taxpayers to either pay down the principal faster or to get some projects that weren't on the list addressed without having to go out to a future bond. All that's attractive to me. And so, again, it's not a lack of trust. It's just I think there's a better mousetrap. And having that conversation about what's the best method for us. And, again, looking at everything out there, I don't see anything within our sale that is that different than other school districts out there that makes it just lean that way. I think our credit rating, if you look at this, most negotiated sales are for districts that don't have as good a credit rating as we do, that aren't going to get the same type of demand in the marketplace that we do. And so it's just saying, all right, we have this AAA bond rating. As Earl said, it's very sought after that no one else can claim. Let's go put that to use for our taxpayers and get the best possible rate instead of going into a back room with some underwriters and them telling us what they're willing to pay us. Let's go in the open market and say, all right, here we are. Make a bid.
Well, if I can just, one more statement. They may come to us and tell us this is what we want to pay you for your bonds. Mm-hmm. And we come back to them and say, no, here's what you're going to pay us for our bonds. And if you don't, we're not going to accept your offer. So I hope nobody thinks that, we throw the underwriting syndicate into a room and say, look, we'll accept whatever you folks come out with. We spend days and weeks ensuring. That's why you haven't had, in my opinion, that's why you haven't had any of my competitors come to you folks and say, look at the lousy job these folks did last year.
And I'm not saying y'all had that. I mean, I think you've done a fine job.
I appreciate
it's just
that.
Trying to figure out where I just look at this. If I'm going to buy a car, and if I'm going to try and figure out where I can get the best deal for myself, am I going to go to one guy who's going to make me pay sticker, or am I going to go to a guy that's going to make me negotiate?
Somebody to negotiate with. Sure.
So if I'm the buyer, I want to negotiate. If I'm the seller, I'm saying, this is the sticker price, you're buying the car. And I'm not going to haggle with you. And so that's the way I'm
And so what's your option at that point?
It's a little...
You walk away.
And then the next 50 people come in who are looking to buy a car that day, someone's going to end up looking at that and saying, I'm going to offer you that for the car.
Look, Mr. Moses, I don't want to get crosswise with you because
you're good.
I don't have a vote on the dais, but Mr. Chadwell, we'll do whatever you folks desire.
Okay.
The negotiated method of sale has worked well for you folks. The thing I don't want to have happen, Mr. Moses, is we proceed with a competitive sale, and someone doesn't like the results. And then someone says, well, yeah, Hilltop really didn't have their heart in it, or, I did something to sabotage that sale, because I would never do that to you folks. The only thing I've got going for me, because I don't make widgets, remember, from Economics 101, is how you folks feel about me and the advice that I'm giving you. And so whatever method of sale you folks decide, that's your decision, not mine. All I can do is provide you advice. But I want you to be assured that whatever method of sale you select, we're going to do the best job that we can do for you folks to ensure that you're borrowed money at the lowest cost.
I'll make a comment here. So my view's always been, you've done a great job. You've come back with defeasance every year, millions of dollars, and we put a lot of that money into the fund balance, and we've used it on a variety of things. So I think we have done that. Now, we've never dwelled this much and this deep into the competitive versus negotiated. I'm open with either one. I think you'd do a great job, and this economy is going. Potentially it's going okay now, but in a few weeks, no telling what's going to happen with world affairs. We just have to go forward with one or the other. So I'm going to call the question. Let's take a vote. And going forward in the future, I recommend we put together a committee and we all get educated on this. Get some people out in the who are experts in this as well, and we learn more about it and find a way. So, but I think, and I will defend myself when we say we've done it this way. I love doing things that when it works. I'll continue everything that we've done in the past. we're in good standing financially. Could we save a few dollars? Maybe, but we may not. But if we can, Mr. Ponick.
President Chadwell, if I may, if we are considering looking at competitive sale, one of the considerations that we want to, I know we're going to even further complicate it, but if you go competitive, of us using a parameters order to be able to achieve the competitive sale. So that I don't know if that's what Doug and Glenn were going to talk about, but just so that you know, if you go that route, let him explain how that would give us some options, if you would, please.
Thank you, Ramiro. Glenn Opal with Bracewell, Mr. President Board, District's Bond Counsel. And I guess what I wanted to stand up and say first is you're talking about let's call the question. Well, the action item that's on the agenda is the adoption. I mean, the action that you can take is whether or not you're going to adopt a bond order authorizing the issuance of the bonds. And so I think that addresses your question, which is that to the extent we're taking action, we need to take it within the parameters of what we posted. And kind of listening to the discussion, I think I might need to go do a little bit of a history lesson on bond orders so that people kind of understand what we're talking about. And I think I've got the timing of this right. But prior to, say, 1999, 2001 session, typically the way this process would happen, whether you were going negotiated or competitive, is that Raul and his folks would start looking at sale dates on when you're going to sell the bonds, and you would typically have to line that up with a board meeting because you had to bring the sale to the board, and so it was an all or nothing on that day. You went into the market that day, and if you either liked it or you didn't, you decided whether to bring it to the board, and you did all the work in the morning, and then you brought a finalized bond order to the board. And if you rejected the bids, you rejected the bids, and you started over, and you looked at another board date, unless you started. There's some other kind of complicated ways of dealing that with rolling publications of meetings, but. In either the 1999 session, I believe, or 2001, the law was changed to allow entities that met certain qualifications, which you meet because you have more than $100 million outstanding of bonds and the debt in the markets that are rated in the top four categories by the rating agencies. You have the ability to do what we call a parameters order. And that is an order that you authorize the issuance of the bonds. It sells out all the fundamentals of the bonds, how the mechanics work, what all the payment structures are, the levy of the tax, and you're continuing to show just all of the fundamentals, the nuts and bolts. But it delegates. You are allowed to delegate the pricing, the approval of the pricing of the bonds to an authorized officer, and within certain parameters. So, for example, the action item that you have on the agenda tonight is the adoption of a parameters order that authorizes the issuance of the bonds in an amount not to exceed $200 million with a maximum TIC not to exceed 5%. That's really, we give ourselves a lot of room. And then a maximum maturity of out to 2044, I believe. And so that gives you the flexibility. You take that action tonight. It approves the issuance of the bonds. And then your financial advisor and your staff can start looking at dates on which to sell the bonds, and they can choose any date they want. They don't have to now line up with a board meeting, so that you can try to work the market. They can look at the dates on when the Fed might give some announcements and work around it. They can see the bulges in the when people are bringing a lot of deals to the market, and so they can time the market much better. So the way the order is drafted that's in your backup is it's drafted as a parameters order on those parameters, but the one that's in your backup is drafted around a negotiated sale. So if you want to approve a negotiated sale, you would just take an action on that bond. You could call the question on that bond order and go yes or no, up or down. The alternatives, if you wanted to go competitive, you could do one of two things. One, you could not take any action at all. And we could work in that narrow window and look at a board meeting and do what we used to do, 15, 20 years ago, and set a bond sale on a date that you had a board meeting, and we could try to make it all work and hope that it all works out on that date and bring you, sell the bonds and take whatever the price is on that day, and then bring you a finalized bond order. But we could also, the third option, which I think Ramiro was alluding to, is I've drafted an alternative version of the parameters order that authorizes either a negotiated sale or a competitive sale, so that you could take the action tonight on that version of the order, and it would authorize either a competitive sale or a negotiated sale. And I guess you could then give some ancillary instruction on which way you wanted to go. But it would allow you to go ahead and take the action tonight, but maintain that flexibility to go into the market when you think the time is right. So depending on whether you want to call the question on a negotiated sale or you want to call a separate question on adopting, and Ramiro, you have, I believe, the black line order. We have it here with us. I've got it with me. We could take an action on that alternative version of the order that authorizes both the negotiated and the competitive sale. And if you wanted to go that way, we've got a little minor change that we would make in the motion.
And that's the point that I wanted to make clear to you. In your agenda packet, you have language that reflects a motion that would have been for the negotiated sale. So in order to approve a proper motion, if you want to go in a different direction, as Glenn has outlined, we have language that modifies that existing motion language, should any one of you wish to make that motion.
And so just a question. So if we did that where we gave the negotiator competitive, would we then need to give either further make a second motion to direct competitive or negotiated, either one, or would we just give this direction from the dais and this is what?
I would say we'd adopt the order and you could give direction from the dais as to which way to go.
You'd come back to us on when you need it? Do we have to wait to the board meeting, or do we give authority to?
I think what you're hearing from Rule is you'd like to see that direction tonight. That direction on, and let me say, you could adopt the motion with on the basis that you're going to go, that your direction is to go.
I certainly like the idea of flexibility. I mean, that sounds appealing. The parameters order is what you're saying.
Yes, the parameters order.
The parameters
exactly.
Order gives you either option. Is that right? Yeah. If I understand it right. Competitive or
the
negotiated.
Parameter order that's in your packet is built around a negotiated sale. So if you adopt the order as it's in your agenda backup, it would be solely for a negotiated sale. If you want to add the flexibility to go to do either a negotiated sale or a competitive sale, we could. I've got that alternate order here with us tonight.
So the motion doesn't say the word negotiated in it.
No.
It just says, I move that the board adopt the order authorizing $200 million.
The existing order, the existing motion. If we didn't
I'm looking at the one online.
You don't want to modify it. The recommended action that you have would be the motion that you would make.
And that would be to go with a negotiated sale?
Yes.
Even though the wording negotiated it's down in the lower paragraph, background information down at the bottom.
You may want to explain why you think it makes a difference in this language.
You'll notice in the recommended action, you go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 5 lines. It has some language in there. It talks about the execution and delivery of a purchase contract and paying agent agreement. In a negotiated sale with the underwriters, we sign up a bond purchase contract. Slightly different in a competitive sale, you get the bid form. The contract we have with the purchaser is we sign that bid form. So we would suggest a slight change to that language to where it would say authorizing the execution and delivery of documents and agreements in connection therewith. I mean, we can show you that language, but I would move out the purchase contract language.
Glenn,
So go ahead.
Let me ask a question. So with regard to the second parameters order that you prepared that left the option of still to defer it, whether to go with a negotiated sale or a competitive sale, that parameters order leaves that option, but let's say the board tonight said we really want to go with a competitive sale and give that direction within the new parameters order. Could that be done tonight and have them give that direction, or does the parameters order have to have both options in it?
I haven't drafted it solely around the competitive option.
But could that be accomplished?
But I think you could accomplish that by approving the second parameters order with a direction to go with a competitive sale.
It's hard to clarify.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think you would just do it based on that assumption. Is that just clear as mud, Mr. President?
All I know is
Let me
nothing
lay it
good
out.
happens at 11 o'clock at night. We've been on this for an hour, I guess, and I know you have to go forward. I trust that you guys have done well for the district. Ramiro, Glenn, Raul have done well in the past. I'm a creature of habit. When things work well, I'll continue doing that. I think going forward, this is all new information. We can certainly look at that on our next bond sale. But
That's what I was going to suggest. I think Mason has some valid points. He named some school districts that do it different than us. Maybe we could have a workshop agenda to fully understand what they're doing and to have some more input to fully understand, because like you said, nothing good happens after 11:12.
okay, thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. So I'll take a motion. Call it, and unless there's other comments.
So I would only add that while there's a lot of knowledge that's been presented to us, Mason's in this game all the time. And he's, no offense, he's one of us. And I just would tend to defer to my colleague on the dais.
Okay. All right, so we obviously have a...
I just have one. I'm sorry, I didn't push my button.
It's all right.
There, now
We're
I did.
kind of free format right now, so go ahead.
I feel like this is the first time I'm being asked to make a vote on something that I don't really feel like I have full understanding and a grasp on. And I see a couple of other heads shaking as I'm saying this. And so that's why it's so difficult, is that I don't fully understand it. But I go back to that analogy, and we're all in education, and if you've got a valedictorian with a perfect SAT, they're going to go for the best scholarship offer they can get. Well, our financial rating is the valedictorian with the perfect SAT. But again, I'm the first to admit that I don't really know much about this. And so it's hard to make a vote when I don't feel like I really have that grasp.
Ms. Weir.
Well, I completely want to echo what Trustee Feller has said, because, I mean, while I did do a little bit of research on this in the last couple of days, I mean, it's certainly not my area of expertise. So the second option is to leave both things on the table, but you're saying you need us to make a decision tonight, or could we pass the one that leaves both options open and then have our committee have one or two, like Mason and somebody else that really understands, sit down and come up with the best solution for us tomorrow? I mean, I don't know if that's an option. I don't know.
So I know, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm kind of with you, but I am reluctant to kick the can on something that I don't think Trustee Moses is going to change his mind overnight or in the next 24 hours. So I think we need to just zig or zag.
I'd like to get more information in terms of more opinions on the matter, or I mean, it's a tough situation because, like President Chadwell said, they've done a good job. And though these are good ideas, they've been doing this for 36 years. I'm not sure, as much as I want to trust Mason because he's one of us, I don't know that you've ever done it before. And so that's also takes into consideration, too. These people obviously know what they're doing. And to a certain extent, like I said before, it comes down to trust. The decision up here is, do we trust that Mason knows what he's doing more than they do? That's really, and I always say things plainly, and I'm the one that speaks plainly. That's the decision tonight. Do we believe that the people we've been working with for the past 8 years are that they know more than Mason does, or does Mason know more than they do? And that's the question.
And I don't necessarily think it comes down to who knows more or who knows less. It's more, I want to hear more about what Mason has to say. But right now, I don't really know if this is the time. I don't feel, now that we're actually talking about different situations, I would need to educate myself more to understand. But at this hour and at this time, I think we have to go with what we've done, even though I don't necessarily like that idea, that saying, but what's worked for us has worked for us, and we hired you. So, but I'm also open to exploring other options for further bond sales.
Okay. With that, take a motion. I'll call it. I think we've discussed this. We have options, unless you have other closing comment.
Mr. President, in talking to your financial advisor, I think we could. I don't know what your time frame is on meetings, but we could adopt the bond order, the version of the bond order, and note in that we're adopting the one that accommodates both a negotiated or a competitive sale. Have the bond order be put in place, and then let you guys come back with direction to Ramiro and your financial advisor in pretty short order as to which way you want to go.
So our next meeting, this is a late meeting, this is the 28th. Our next meeting is roughly 3 weeks away. Would that be enough time, or do you need it sooner?
It's 2 weeks away, the 14th.
Oh, that's right. We're going early. That's right.
You have
Okay,
a
2 weeks,
budget
right.
workshop.
Budget workshop on the 14th.
So we have a budget workshop on the 14th.
Got to get an underwriter in place. I don't know. You may tell me that's
Tentatively, we're expecting to offer the bonds for sale the first week in April, so that we can deliver bond proceeds to you folks 3 to 4 weeks later. In fact, we have talked to Glenn about maybe expediting that, because currently you're spending general fund money for your capital improvement program that your staff expects to be reimbursed for, right? So I don't mean to throw it back to you, Ramiro, but it's an issue of delivery of bond proceeds for you folks,
In a
so
timely
that
manner, sooner.
right, so that your capital improvement program isn't negatively impacted by later delivery of bond proceeds.
But Raul, for the purposes of the transaction, what's the latest that the board could reasonably give you direction?
And any further delay simply pushes back that date for delivery of bond proceeds to the school district.
So in order to make that April timeline, they need to decide something tonight? Is that what you're saying?
Or
how's that?
Okay.
Anytime in March?
First week in March, because you have
And then
problem is that you folks have spring break,
I know.
and that has unfortunately added a week to the process here that we weren't expecting.
Okay.
About a week.
Yeah.
I think in light of the fact that we had a November, this is the first time we've had a November bond in a long time. We're behind the schedule already. You have to get the funds lined up to get started for the summer projects. We're borrowing with the reimbursement. My recommendation is we go forward with something tonight and give them direction, and we go and do that. Okay, I have two buttons down here, Ms. Feller and then Mr. Moses.
I just wanted to say that I wanted to make sure that if we vote tonight, I'm not voting just because it's getting to be a late hour, and I don't think that the clock should have any bearing on any vote that we call. So I just want to make sure that was clear for the record.
Well, I'm going to make a motion, and then we'll just see where we are for that. That just seems to be the best thing to do at this point. So, okay, before I want to make sure I'm making the motion that we talked about that addresses both with a little bit of direction at the end.
Make sure does that capture the motion you've revised?
And with
The dual parameters?
yes. Let me
if it's easier for you, maybe you read it and you can say so moved, so that you don't have to read his scratch.
Okay, this would be the suggestion that it'd be a motion that says, I move that the board adopt the order authorizing the issuance of Round Rock Independent School District unlimited tax school building bonds in a principal amount not to exceed $200 million, levying a tax and providing for the security and payment thereof, providing for the award of the sale thereof in accordance with specified parameters, authorizing the execution and delivery of documents and agreements in connection therewith, approving the preparation of an official statement, and enacting other provisions related thereto, being the version of the order that accommodates either a negotiated or competitive sale with the direction from the board to sell on a competitive basis. Is that what you wanted to?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for that wording, which is essentially a parameters order. Gives us the option. The only drawback to that is it delays the action.
No, the way the motion was made is it adopts the parameters order with the direction of the board to the authorized officers, which would be to the superintendent or your CFO, to sell on a competitive basis. That's the motion.
We're voting on a competitive.
Yeah, that's the motion.
Okay. All right, so just the competitive.
Just
not parameters order, which was...
No, it would be a parameters order.
But just
parameters order is the delegation to the authorized officer to complete the sale.
So basically, this is a competitive versus negotiated.
Correct. It is a competitive parameters sale.
Okay. I thought the parameters was both for some reason. Maybe I misunderstood it.
Let's clarify.
All right. Okay. So we have a motion and a second for a competitive sale. Is that fair summary?
We have a motion and a second for a parameters order authorizing the sale on either a competitive or negotiated basis with direction to do the sale on a competitive basis.
The essence of it is the same.
Yes.
Same as what? What I just said? Okay, it's competitive.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second for competitive. Okay. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on something Trustee Moses said. I think letting competitive forces drive the prices is just the most open, transparent way to do things, and you just let the competitive markets act as they act. I don't know enough about the process to know exactly all the parameters around the negotiated sale, but, our luck, it'll end up with an underwriter that's the brother-in-law of someone, and, I just want to let the competitive markets drive the prices. I'm a big believer in competitive market forces.
I'll say it's competitive sounds good. I like the idea of competition. In this case, what's worked for us in the past, I like what we've done. We've done a lot. So either way, we've made a motion. We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of a competitive bid? Is that all right? Please raise your hand. Okay. All those against? Okay, motion carries. It is competitive. So, all right, we got a lot of financial information tonight. So, again, appreciate all your insight and everybody's thoughts on that. So, all right, it took a little longer than we thought, but we'll go on to agenda item K4, approval of prevailing wage rates for construction projects.
These are my notes if you want.
But that's why you need them.
If there are any questions, Mr. Wooster stands prepared to answer.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, Mr. Moses.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Not to lose my laptop. Oh, sorry. Mr. President, I move that the board approve the prevailing wage rates as shown on Exhibit A.
Second.
Have a motion and a second for the competitive wage rates as shown on the Exhibit A. Any further discussion? Should we wait for Ms. Feller to get back, or can we go ahead and vote? What's that? Okay, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 6-0. All right, go to agenda item 5, K5, approval of designated architect for the 2018 Bond Aquatic Facility Practice Pool Master Plan and Design. Okay, Mr. Moses.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve Kirksey Architects as the architect for the aquatic facility / practice pool master plan and design.
Second.
Okay, having a motion and a second for Kirksey for the swimming pool aquatic center. Mr. Math.
Just discussion. Do we know the general parameters that we're going to assign the architect? Because, I don't know, in my opinion, it kind of came together last minute when we were putting the bond together, and I just didn't know whether there was any additional dialogue that we should have about what the aquatic facility should or shouldn't have and the trade-offs with price. If we move ahead with this,
I was under the impression this was just the beginning, and there's going to be a committee that gets together, or the swim community is going to come together and say, you know, I think you said the more square footage.
Yes.
Last time.
Mr. Chadwell, excuse me, Mr. Chadwell, Dr. Flores, and trustee members, the selection of the architectural team for the practice pool or the aquatic center is predicated based upon what we call, again, the Constitution, the budget that was set back in August to say this is the value and this is the program that we're following. So in the competitive spirit of this project, there were 9 architects that submitted on the opportunity to be selected. And through that process, as we went through the discussion last week or the week prior with Mr. Spiegel, those processes were followed to the point that 4 architects were what we call shortlisted and interviewed. All architects of that interview process showed extraordinary competitiveness in the deep portfolios of projects in their experiences that are similar to the size and scope of the practice pool that we are proposing by way of the original budget. And so our budget is modest, but we are following that budget that was established back when we created, quote, the bond call back in August.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't locking ourselves into a corner in terms of design that, without further discussion.
No, sir. Trustee Math, the selection of this architect basically begins the community relationship or the community interaction. And so we needed to select an architect so that we could launch that community interaction. And so to be able to select site and talk about the benefits of the different types of options that can go into a facility of this type with the knowledge that the goal is to create as much water as possible in that facility for multi-use. And so those are the parameters, is to be able to have a designer that can help us lead those community interactions.
This is just, I think, the first step. So, all right. So we have a motion and a second for Kirksey for the aquatic center. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 7-0. All right, we'll go to agenda item 6, case 6, approval of designated architect for 2018 Bond C.D. Fulks Middle School master plan and design.
Yes, Mr. Chadwell, very similar to the conversation we just had with the practice pool, is that, again, the architectural selection was important to bring forward now so that we can go into a public conversation on an interaction on C.D. Fulks Middle School, because we've switched from obviously a previous design to a more traditional design, and there are layers of complications related to how that may work on that site. And so, yes, you'll notice that even more architectural firms are interested in pursuing that, and there's a very high level of competition and competence within that. So,
okay, Ms. Weir.
I just wanted to make sure. So when it's the master plan, are they going to do kind of what we did at McNeil, where they bring in the group of community members and parents? I just want to make sure that parents are involved in this master plan committee.
Trustee Weir, that's very, very much appropriate. Is that by having the architectural team, then it will be very much, to use the word charrette, and the input from the community.
Okay. Ms. Gonzalez.
Mr. President, I move the board approve Stantec Architect as the architect. Oh, am I on the wrong motion?
No, you're right.
Okay,
You're right.
it's getting late. Architect, and I do kind of lose it, for the City Folks Middle School Master Plan and Design.
Second.
Motion and a second for Stantec for CD Folks. Any further discussion? They did the other plan, but that's not necessarily the one we're going forward with. Is that right?
That's correct,
Okay.
President Chadwell. They were the incumbent, and they emerged as the leading architect in selection.
Okay. Have a motion and a second for Stantec for CD Folks. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. All right, we'll go to agenda item 7, K7, adoption of reimbursement resolution number 3 for projects funded by the bond 2018.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwell. And again, this is just a follow-up, knowing that based upon our discussion, this allows us to proceed by writing purchase orders. This reimbursable resolution is only a backstop to purchase orders that we need to begin to forward for construction and design.
Okay. Ms. Weir?
Yeah, I just had a quick question again about CD Folks, actually. On High School 6, you're including funds from Bond 2014, but on CD Folks, who does have bond money left over from 2014, was there a reason we chose to do the reimbursement resolution and not just use the 2014 funds for this $4 million?
No, it was not delineated specifically for 2014 funds on CD Folks on the first page. And if I'm understanding your question, is that there's a notation in the consultant amount of $4 million, and that is the resolution just for the design only, not the construction.
I guess my question really is why do we have to do the reimbursement resolution on CD Folks when they, I think, still have $7 million sitting there, right, for CD Folks? I guess I was just wondering what the reasoning was.
From the perspective of that CD Folks was within the 2018 bond election, and knowing that there's 2014 bonds funds available, those could be leveraged, but it would have taken a separate resolution, I believe, and so at least we're backstopping their purchase order, and then we can move forward from that point so that we can proceed with our community activities.
Okay. We need a motion or any questions otherwise, but go ahead and anybody's. I don't see any.
So what does that mean? Like, I don't even know what you just said. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just late, but it sounded to me like a lot of, oh, this is easier.
No, it's not necessarily easier. It's just there needs to be a resolution to say we have the funds so that we can write a purchase order. And whether it's 2018 bonds or 2014 bonds, it's unlikely that we're going to spend those bonds. It's just we need to be able to have the security to write the purchase order.
It gets them get started right earlier, so you can start all the design work.
That's
All right.
correct.
Do you want to make a motion on it, or Ms. Feller?
I move that the board adopt a reimbursement resolution for the projects outlined in the resolution, and that the 2018A Capital Projects Fund 640 be amended by the amount of $69,779,486, and that transfers be made from the general fund to cover the expenditures as incurred.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for $69,770,000 and change for Capital Funds Project 640. Is that fair enough? We have it written here. So,
yes.
Any further discussion? Here. Okay.
So we have almost $70 million in fund balance that we can allocate, or is this, as he was saying, it's just like, do we have that money? I mean, that we wouldn't go into our reserve?
No, that's remember when we looked at the information before, the unrestricted was 142. So this money would be borrowing off for that 142. But again, remember, there's two things that I need for you to be or to be knowledgeable about. We have to use the maximum amount because that's what the project is going to run us. Are we going to spend the maximum amount? The answer is no. That's why we're saying to transfer funds as incurred. So of the 69, when it's all said and done, by way of example, that you might only have moved $10 million. And so it's not going to require us to fund the entirety of the 70 million, only a portion. But because he has to issue a contract for the full price, we have to have the money available, or the backing, if you will, to be able to proceed. So you will not spend the 70 million. By the time you get your money back, that'll reimburse the dollars. So in this current year, the district, the general fund will be made whole.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. As presented. We good? All good. All right, we have a motion and a second as presented. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor raise your hand. Motion carries 7-0. All right, and finally, K8, award of construction manager at risk for 2018 Bond Master Plan Multi-Campus Renovation Project number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwell, President Chadwell. This is our first construction contract, and this construction contract is, as you see, the background for the HVAC and roofing at the 4 campuses that are listed.
Okay. Take a motion. Anybody have any questions? Otherwise, take a motion. We got to get a motion.
Okay. I move the board approve Bartlett Cook General Contractors LLC as the construction manager for the multi-campus renovation project number 1 and approve the use of $445,000 of bond 2018 funds for pre-construction costs.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for, as presented, essentially $45,000 for multi-campus renovation project number 1. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor raise your hand. That's, what's that? We had it anyway. It's as presented there. I have never had that happen. I don't think right in the middle of a vote, but so you can either abstain or vote for it or against it. Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. I think okay. I think it carries 6-4 and 1 abstention. Is that right? Okay. All right. We'll go to agenda item L, public communication. I don't think we have any more, do we? All right. We'll go to agenda item M, board announcements, requests for future agenda items. Ms. Weir.
I promise to be brief. I just had 2 things. One, I was hoping that maybe we can get a report on the substitute problem at Westwood, maybe, and sort of the protocols for, why it takes so long, and that pool, just some of the questions that those parents address, because that's not the first that I've heard about that, and it would be nice if we had sort of some facts. And then the other thing that I was really interested in, and it's very hard for us to communicate, and despite what the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals just said, it doesn't really, there's no way for the 7 of us to have a conversation because of open meetings. Legally, right, because of open meetings. And one thing that I would really like for us to take a look at is what the Austin City Council does, where they have, it's not really a chat room because only the city council members can post to it, but because it's open to the public and everybody can see it, and those of you that just took open meetings training, they did mention it as an example, but it would be a place where, in this case, where Mason really had information for us on competitive versus, the competitive bid process, he could have gone onto that board and discussed why he wanted a competitive bid for us to see. And we could have actually had more of a conversation prior to, 11:30 at night. So, I don't know what staff department could look at that.
Can I recommend, I think that's a great idea to explore, can I turn that over to Mr. Ponick and have him at least give us not tonight, but in a board update, an email. We'd like it. I know. All right. I know. We can't really, we've gone beyond our 1 minute guideline. Anyway, I think it's worth an idea, and with what was said this morning in the paper, I know it hasn't passed, but what's going on in Austin, I think it's worth exploring. So, Mr. Ponick, at your convenience, just give us an update on that. Ms. Feller and then Ms. Vessa.
Yeah, I just wanted to, we've thrown out the option of having a team of 8 training, and so getting that scheduled, I'd like us to look at our calendars and get that officially on the books.
Can we send out an email, like what's a Google, or send out 2 or 3 options? We all vote on that. I think the preference, anyway, we'll work on that. I think there was, during the week was the first preference, but if it comes down to a Saturday morning, Sunday, whatever, we'll do it whenever. Okay.
And if we want to piggyback any of the Lone Star governance talk on that as well.
With the workshop, we have a lot more flexibility in what we can,
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Vessa.
So, piggybacking onto that, we had, one thing that we could work on in that team of 8 training is addressing facilities and boundaries and assigning board members to those committees. And I think that we pretty much all agree that needs attention. And so I would encourage us to, in that team of 8 training, work towards that end, to addressing those issues. I know that we've been getting a lot of emails regarding Caraway in terms of boundaries there, but just in general, we know that we need to address boundaries issues. So if that could be addressed because we already have these standing committees, we don't actually have to make them. They're already in our board policies. We just have to actually assign people to serve on them.
I agree. Dr. Flores, you have
I just had a point of clarity. So you're saying the team of 8 training to focus on boundaries, or are you talking about a workshop to get to the facilities committee that then could focus on?
Right. Just and during the facility, we had discussed that during the team of 8 training that we could determine what people had interests in certain areas. So who would want to be on said committee?
Okay. Thank you for that clarity.
Did you everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to follow up from the equity task force, making sure if we're going to assign anybody from the board to be the official representative at that committee or not, if we could discuss that at an upcoming meeting and decide an action on that.
Okay. Fair enough.
Just one other, I'm sorry, I won't be long, but we maybe look at our agendas a little bit closer. Like, I don't really function well after 11 p.m. I know Amber says she does, but I get up every morning about 5:30, and y'all all look really tired. So if we could kind of look at that and figure out a way that we could, I don't want to shorten anything, and I want everything to have fair representation, but if there's a way, if we need to start earlier or whatever, that we're just not running to this hour.
I agree.
Every board.
I agree.
Every
I know.
board meeting.
My goal was to get out of, certainly have no more midnight meetings. We can discuss that at our workshop options. We did streamline the awards banquet, or the awards recognition tonight. We are streamlining it. We spent a considerable amount of time on the competitive versus negotiated. I think that would have been great if we could have discussed that beforehand. Kudos to Mr. Yonker for very detailed yet expedited presentation on the McNeil Learning Community. That was awesome. So thank you for that. I agree. We have room to improve. So, all right. With that, anything else? Yes, sir.
Yeah, just there has been some discussion about the National School Board Association Conference that's scheduled March 30th, April 1st. It is in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Again, if that's the will of the board for a member or two or whatever's determined to go, the district does need to book flights and hotel accommodations, and that would need to get with Patty or further discussion.
I would say in the past we've always had, I think, at least one trustee go to that national, and my recommendation is we have at least one more go again. Ms. Feller, are you, I know you've sent an email on it. Is that all right? Consensus of the board if she goes?
Yeah, I would love to go.
Hey, we want a full report there when you get back, so, okay. All right. Is that okay, Dr. Flores? You got that?
Yes.
Okay, we work with
Patty.
Patty and everything, get your arrangements. All right, with that, anything else? Otherwise, I move to adjourn at 11:47. Thank you.